morning.
Morning.
Well, some of us made it up, and I'm really happy that we did. Some of us made it up, got up today after all the goings on last night. I don't know if you've been down to the Lower East Side recently until this trip, but it's kind of amazing. Anyway, great to see you this morning. We're running a little late due to some little glitches, but that's good because everything is very fast here. I don't really have too much to say. We will do the same program as yesterday with the break at 1, return at 3, and at the very end at 5:30 we'll have a roundup of today's speakers, and there you're invited to give questions live. In the meantime, please tweet any questions that you might have with the hashtag #TypographicsQA, and then we'll see them and ask them to the speaker. Sasha.
Thank you. Yeah, we want to thank the sponsors.
Think of these wonderful
That's
people.
why this is here. That's why this is happening. Without them, it would be very, very difficult. So thank you to Google for sponsoring this. It's very nice of them. Also thank you to Adobe Typekit, Adweek, and Type Network. Also, House, Monotype, and A2A Studio Solutions. Also to Claim Type Foundry. And the LED level sponsors, and also the pixel level sponsors. So thank you to all of them for making this possible. And as Roger mentioned, if you have questions, please tweet them. Keeps them very short. Use the hashtag #TypographicsQA. And it is my pleasure to introduce the first speaker today. Today's first speaker is Marta Cerda Alembao. He's welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Roger. Thank you, Sasha, for inviting me. It's an awesome place. I feel very small here, so I hope I can feel a little bit of the space here today. So when someone introduces me, it's always a little bit confusing. People from other professions may ask if I'm a type designer. I am not a type designer, but I'm not an illustrator neither. This is another frequent question. But I use both type and illustration in my work in a very active way. So here I'm going to try to make a connection between these two both disciplines. So I studied graphic design in Barcelona, then I worked in 2 different graphic design studios, and then I began to build my own project 8 years ago now. So this would be a kind of synthesis of my professional life. So yeah, I could say that graphic design is my thing. I think what I do is to give graphic ideas into illustration and letter forms. But in fact, my background is a little bit more complex than that. Because I've studied psychology, I worked in advertising agencies, I did a little bit of signage, a little bit of calligraphy, and all this is fitting my work in the graphic design field. So here we have an overview of my work, and I think when you look at it, you see that it's very eclectic. Sorry for the colors. Color is really important in my work, and of course always the projectors messed up a little bit. But you'll see that there are letters, there are illustrations, but there is one common thread between all these images, and it is the urge of expression. And I think it is also an answer to a functional use for the media that I work with. My clients are in the editorial industry. I work for magazines, for book publishers, and for advertising. And here I want to stop for a moment and talk about a quote from Eric Gill. I recently read an essay on typography, and it made me think about our relationship with advertising. And it says, and it nauseates also because it reminds us of the unrelieved acquisitiveness of the unfortunate shopkeepers who, in our absurd financial chaos, cannot persuade us to buy their wretched wares unless they blind and blast our eyes. So, imagine that was in 1931. What would say Eric Gill if he opened his eyes today? So, if letters are signs for sounds, that was what he was saying, I think this new year is making so much noise that designers are often asked to write louder and louder in an effort to stand apart from all this noise. And louder meaning many times being more expressive. So when I design, there are two goals that I try to achieve with the same effort. The first one is to do something that is eye-catching. So as Paula Sharon mentioned last year here at Typographics, a poster is supposed to notice, so you're supposed to notice it. Same thing happens with a book cover, magazine cover, an ad you just see on the street. So if we don't catch the attention, then we can't reach the next goal, which is to inform, to explain something, so you want to buy the book or the magazine or whatever product you're trying to sell. Going back to the work overview, last of all, I work for cultural projects where usually not a lot of money is involved, but where you're allowed to take much more risks. And paradoxically, these are the kind of projects that fit the commercial ones. Probably this is because in a commercial project, there's a need of evidence that something is actually working before going into that direction. So many times, or sometimes when I work, I feel like a kind of tourist designer, and you may probably also have been there at least once in your life. If the creative process is like a journey, sometimes we behave like tourist designers. So what is a tourist designer? Tourist designer is like a tourist that has a superficial view of the territory, and that, for example, just wants to go to New York and fly to New York to check that the Tour Eiffel is actually there. The Tour Eiffel, okay. No, the Empire State. I'm not in Paris, so, okay. So a tourist is just willing to recognize. He's seen the Empire State millions, thousands of times in photographs and still needs to make his own photograph of it. And recognize, meaning to know again something that he already knows. So usually when there's no time for for work, we use kind of a touristic package and go to this result that we know it works, but that doesn't give us back anything. And this, when it happens like after a lot of time, always using this kind of process, it can be frustrating, and in an uncomfortable feeling of demotivation, we rush and try to choose another path. But since we haven't explored it yet before, there's no time to explore, we just fail and have to take the usual path again, which is very, very frustrating. So if I always use this attitude versus my work, it ends up being a fatal wound for my creativity. So there's still the urge to have a different relationship with creativity, changing the attitude towards a more nomadic approach. Nomadic designers would be constantly looking for better life conditions, would find the time to go backwards, to go forwards, would embrace accidents, wouldn't be afraid of the unknown, and would not stay in the same place forever, meaning maybe not staying in the same style all your life, no? I feel also nomadic in the way pushpin graphics were at the time, with their eclectic historical references that fed their work. And in a digital sense, also jumping from 3D software to vector, painting, image ones. So yes, for those who spotted freehand there, believe it or not, it still exists, and I still use it and love it like the very first time. So I use my hands sometimes, but mainly with a computer, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this later. Finally, nomadic in a physical sense. I've been living and working in my hometown, Barcelona, in New York, the last couple of years in LA, and now in Amsterdam, where I just recently moved, and it is my new home. So let's go to work. We're going to walk through a gradient of work that will go from calligraphy to illustration. We will begin with a lettering commission for Esquire magazine that ended with a type experiment through digital effects. And to explain this project, I have to talk a little bit of the influence of calligraphy. I don't do calligraphy for a living, but it is something that I enjoy very much doing in my free time. So I attend to workshops learning different historical styles. And the reason is because, of course, I'm interested in the nature of letters, but also in the process, which is very different from the one I use in a digital lettering or an illustration, but in a digital environment. If the day-to-day work is like a countdown, where an error pops up, we just can press a key and boop, it's gone, no? It's too easy not to see an opportunity there instead of an error. So calligraphy gives me the opportunity to embrace error. It's like going to the gym and training the eye to live and do something with mistakes, because when you mess up, you really have to decide if you do something with that mistake or you just begin again. We are also under so many stimuli that calligraphy feels like a parenthesis from all this noise. There's actually a study that proves that now we generally lose concentration after 8 seconds. So these are the effects of an increasingly digitalized lifestyle on our brain. So the art director Pierre Stravinsky sent me this brief where they were looking for a fancy shopping backfill to reinforce the idea of the headline, which was the best men's shops in America. We talked to work around a copperplate elegant kind of style, which I knew how to write from the workshops, or a Spencerian kind of style. So if calligraphy is related to writing, then lettering is related to drawing, where the headline is rendered. In my work, the closest relationship between illustration and typography would usually start here, where by drawing letters, not by writing them. So for example, here I just draw the skeleton of the letters I used to write with a calligraphy pen, and the ornament with no contrast, like if it was a thread, applying all the rules that I learned doing calligraphy, such as having consistent sized loops throughout the lettering, having a visual symmetry, not a literal symmetry. So I usually don't do historical styles, digital historical styles, if I haven't tried it before with my own hands. And usually my goal, not always, but usually, is not to make a literal imitation of the handwriting in the computer, because I think that would be a kind of a losing game, but to bring it into a digital environment where things tend to be less fluid, embracing and reinforcing that aspect. For example, here I really force the inclination to reinforce this idea. Sometimes it is more about to bring a certain calligraphic vibe to a simpler letter form, or something that would imitate the pen pressure or different kind of pen strokes. And talking about pen strokes, one day this happy accident happened. It looked as if you were writing or trying to write with a pen that was actually running out of ink. And I thought it would be interesting to apply this into a this digital effect into a script. So what I did was I began to draw the alphabet, having the square lettering as a reference, but of course drawing a script, come on, I mean, not a lettering, was not the best of the ideas. Luckily for me, when I applied the effect to all the letters, the marker it began to fade always at the end of each letter. That meant that I was liberated from most of the headaches concerning the connections of each letter. Yeah, good for me. And that was how adeu, that means goodbye in Catalan, was born. So here I went from lettering to typography. I had to look for the whole consistency of the alphabet. The texture was a bit more complex than a lettering. Now we're doing short videos for each letter because it looks like this has to be on movement. But still seeing how this could live besides being an experiment. Any ideas are welcome. The next project, the letters start to fade out and stand just in the border where illustration begins. So this project was for a cover for a touristic guide of Barcelona, but it was not a regular guide. It was guiding you through the places where locals go. It was revealing secret places or hidden places for tourists. So the idea here was to show the hidden parts of the letters within the word B-side, that was the name of the guide. So I would bend the letters until the back side of the word would pop out. So here we have some examples of this idea. The oldest that I was able to find was this example by Willem Gronau from the early 19th century. But maybe the most celebrated one was the typeface hologram shadow by Milton Glaser. I also found this anonymous example from the 80s that looked like a roll of photographic film, and also the digital banded words by Felix Fluffy. So first of all, I designed the word B-side in a very condensed style so I could bend it properly. And then I brought it into Cinema 4D and tried to apply it on different basic shapes, such as a cone, a cube, or a cylinder. Until I got this, where the letters were nearly touching on the backside, nearly on the tips. Once I got it, I just brought it into a vector software, vectorized it, and then colored it, giving emphasis on the three-dimensionality of the lettering, and trying to go for a kind of Japanese style where the illustration, in this case the lettering, got all the attention in comparison with informative text. Here you can see the final cover. The next project was made for a limited edition book celebrating the first decade of the OFF festival. So Basava, the studio that was designing the book, asked me to create a fictional writing. 3 spreads of imaginary scriptures to give more depth and appearance of plausibility to the book. So they pretended that the book itself was found somewhere by an Indian professor and that it already existed since a long, long time ago. So he had the work of decipher the book and the scriptures. About the tone of it, they were asking for a visual language that would clash between the primitivism and the uber-futurism. And I was looking at the history of writing to see if I could see like some references. And I had to think that picture writing was in fact the beginning of our lettering. If you wish to communicate something to someone that you don't share any language with at a distance, what is more universally readable than a picture or a drawing? So in the very roots of the written language, we find drawings, not letters. But a drawing, of course, takes much more time to be written. And I think somehow this new digital era, so swamped with images, where time is literally gold, there's also the need to represent words in an attempt to get closer to the crafts. And finally, what that means, to highlight that time has been spent to make it. Then I found out the Tifinagh writing. The Tifinagh writing is the writing system of the Tuaregs from North Africa. And because they're nomads, you can find this writing in caves in the walls of the deep Sahara. Here you can see some examples of the Tifinagh writing. Some people defend that this is one of the oldest of writings. It is really weird. It looks from outer space, or if it even older than human race, but it is very much alive. And I also found the work of Labib, which creates an abstract calligraphy based on the Tifinagh writing, moving it out from the folkloric decoration and that of a high art on par with his competitor Arabic calligraphy. So this was pretty much the cocktail that I started to work with. I began to draw some characters with that kind of visual tone in mind. And then I tried to apply some rules to it so that it became consistent, as if it was actually designing an alphabet. So I broke the characters in 2 parts so that the X height would include the body and a kind of upper terminals. And then I also found this way of coloring Tifinagh that reminded me of the Book of Kells. And I applied it to the abstract shapes. And then I began to experiment with this kind of shapes, with these rules. And then I had to decide how I would hide a message in there so that people from all over could read something there. So the idea was to show pictures within the letters. So that would be the way everyone would be able to read or understand something. So I made a very simple portrait of the founder of the festival, and began to break it and melt it into the letters. So here you can see some characters and a highlight of the portrait. So in this case, the structure was fundamental to read the image as a writing system, not as an illustration. And here you can see the final spread and the detail. In the next spread, I thought I could talk about Barcelona. That's where the festival takes place. So I made a very simple portrait of the Sagrada Familia and the waves for the Mediterranean. And also a globe for its global approach. Here you can see a little detail of the book. And the final stop is 100% illustration. So many of you may have thought of Keith Haring when you saw these last pictures. And it is a link also with the last and following project, which besides being an illustration, it has a similar approach. So Saint Felix is the patron saint of my town, which is near Barcelona, is the town where I'm from, where I grew up. And it is traditional that every year a different local artist is asked to draw a portrait of him for the festival that takes place at the end of August. So he's more like an icon of the town, that's something religious related. So for you to understand me, he would be like the Elvis Presley from the town. Everybody loves him, whether you're religious or not, and they do all this big thing around him. So he isn't even living inside the church. He lives in the people's living rooms throughout the year, and only stays in the church the day of the festival. He even has a Facebook account, a Twitter account. People tag him all over. So yeah. So when I had this commission, I was living in LA, and I had the studio next to this mural from Rip Kronk in Venice Beach. And it was a big illustration made of broken lines. And I thought it could be a nice metaphor of the saint who is an icon, because all the inhabitants of the town decided so. Because the sculpture itself, of course, is nothing. So I began to draw just like in the last project, but here without any structure, like much more randomly, having a basic rule in typography in mind, looking for a balance between the foreground, the background, paying attention to the white shapes as much as the black ones. So here you can see a highlight of the saint, for those who haven't seen it. And then began to color it a little bit randomly, so it would be kind of game to find him for the inhabitants of my town. Finally, when I see this, is this an ampersand? Is this an illustration of an ampersand? Like my mom, what do I tell her? Which territory does it belong? So I recently read a very categorical argument that would clearly stand up for this being an illustration or whatever, but not typography. My opinion here is that typography cannot be isolated from other communicative modes, like it happens a lot of time. And because type was invented to communicate with the same result as the spoken word, which is understanding. But like the spoken word that also communicates with its tone, its volume, its gestures, type is integrated with other semiotic means of expression such as color, texture, three-dimensionality, movement. And type can become the message itself and can worth 1,000 pictures. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta. Actually, before you go, we have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
Thank you. There's a question from Twitter that came from Stephen Coles. He said, type people typically work in black and white. Can you talk about your process with selecting colors for your type and illustration work?
Yeah.
How do you deal with?
I usually work in black and white always, and then when it works in black and white, then I add the color.
But how do you, like, is there a particular approach to, like, how do you find colors and, like, because your work is so colorful, like, is there
I don't know.
intuition?
I think so, yeah. I made a quiz the other day in the internet and Facebook, and everyone was like, it was a color test, and everyone was like, I'm 19 years old with color, with relationship with color, and I was 90 years old. It was like, okay, I don't know. I don't know. I really like, so when I see an art piece or something, I really look at the colors of it. So maybe that might be that I look at I look at the relationship of colors. I pay attention to that. I mean, from other work, maybe I then bring that into my.
Does it affect like where you're living? Like you've moved a few times. Does like the context where you live, does that affect?
I think LA made me much brighter, and I don't know, because there everything is much brighter. Maybe it's because of that. I don't know. Yeah, it might be because of that.
And sort of a related question. Do you have particular places or like do you look for inspiration outside of client work? You know, when it's not a specific thing, do you keep like an archive of things, and where do you look for that?
Old books are my favorite. Anything that from the 70s, 80s beyond is something that I like a lot. So yeah, when I come here, I go to libraries. When I go to a new place, new city, I always like looking in libraries and see if I can find an old book, or because at the end, if we all look at blogs and look at the same resources, our work gets more homogenic, no? Or old vinyls, I don't know, old things that maybe are lost and forgotten.
Well, it's good to hear as a shepherd of the archive here at Cooper. So please come.
Yeah.
It's important to keep that going. So awesome. Thank you so much, Marta.
Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you. The next speakers, actually it's two speakers, is Casper Lam and Eugene Park. Please invite.
Hello.
Good.
So in the last few years, there's been several independent designers exploring what it means to translate the world's oldest continuously used writing system for the screen. We are part of that group of young designers, and during the process of designing our own Chinese typeface, we've kind of confronted head-on some of the myths and legends surrounding Chinese typography. So first here, we see the classic character of the horse. There's this common assumption that Chinese characters are all based off of pictograms. So what we see on the upper left-hand corner is the earliest example of the character horse. You can see it looks like a horse turned to its side. And then over centuries and centuries, it gradually became what it is on the bottom right, which is the contemporary traditional character for horse. But kind of the most surprising thing to me during this process is most Chinese characters are actually not pictograms. Over 95% are not. Chinese is actually logosyllabic, which means one glyph equals one sound. Chinese typography is a complicated and rich world with over 50,000 characters. And of those 50,000 characters, over 100,000 variations of each character. We have about 20,000 characters in the modern dictionary. The average university graduate knows about 8,000. And about 2,500 to 4,500 are commonly used every day. Which is what drove Lu Xun, the great essayist, to say, to tell the truth, whenever I see characters, I get a headache. Casper and I have often felt the same way. And to add a whole nother layer of complexity to all of this, there's actually two types of Chinese characters. Traditional, which is used in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and simplified, which is used in China and Singapore. So what you see on the left is the gradual evolution of Chinese type over millennia. And what you see on the right began in the 1950s with a great effort to simplify the written language. So about 1/3 of the 8,000 commonly used characters have simplified strokes. Which is why we're in the situation we're in today, with about 400 plus fonts coming out of Dynacomware in Taiwan, and about 250 plus fonts coming out of Founder Type in mainland China. And this is all in comparison to the over 11,500 Latin typefaces you find in FontShop today.
So when we begin to think about how we would build a Chinese type, right, we have to think about how we would translate this notion of typography, which at face value is actually quite simple, but when we sort of think about it in a little bit deeper context, becomes a little bit more complicated. The first is this intimate relationship between type and calligraphy. And in fact, there is no word in Chinese that actually means typography in the Western sense. If you were to use the word 字体, which means type, and you were to ask a Chinese person on the street what that means, it actually would mean a calligraphic script. And it actually encompasses all forms of printed and written type. If you wanted to be a little bit more specific, we could say 印刷字體, which means printed type. But the problem with this is that the definition is so narrow that in the context of the way that we create typography, which exists in the physical form and also on the screen, the definition is both at once too precise and not broad enough. Now, if you were to open up any textbook and to look at printed types and the written types throughout history, it would always start with this oracle bone script in the upper left-hand corner. So if we were to look at it throughout the centuries and to focus on the four big modern typefaces, you would have the regular script, which is based off of a calligraphic script. You would have the Song or Ming typefaces, which evolved from the Song printer faces that were used in the printers in the Song dynasty, maturing in the Ming dynasty. Then you have the imitation Song typefaces in the Qing dynasty, and then finally the Gothic or the Hei typefaces, which are a Japanese import in the 1930s. These four major family of typefaces are what is considered the four big Chinese typefaces today. So it highlights two particular tensions within Chinese typography, and we're going to focus on two extremes that we've seen occurring in the 20th century and late 19th century. The first tension is between hand and machine, and the second tension is between type and image. So if we were to think about the hand and the machine, on the left-hand side, we have the regular script, or a regular printed typeface. On the right, you have the Gothic or the Hei typeface, and in the middle, you have the Song or the Ming typeface. And you can see that over time, there's this gradual abandonment of the affect of the hand. So on the left, you can actually see how the brush strokes are created in the Song and the Ming because of the way that the wood blocks were carved. You begin to lose some of that affect of the hand. And then finally on the right, you have this Gothic form, which entirely loses where the strokes begin and where the strokes end. And this tension actually plays out when type was first began to be created in a modern fashion in the 19th century. So for instance, when Western missionaries re-imported printing technology back into China, because movable type was invented in China, in the 19th century, you have these Western missionaries bringing with them their printing machines and beginning to try to cast lead type. They created type forms which were in the Song and Ming style. And you can see that there is a heavy sort of rectilinear form and regularity to the characters that they created. Some of the characters are a little bit awkward, but all in all, it's a conception of type that is linked to the machine. Now, When that technology transferred to Chinese printers in the 1900s, so you begin to see the rise of printing centers in Shanghai, there are a lot of Chinese typographers actually creating typefaces which have the affect of the hand back into the typeface. So in this case, you have the imitation song typeface being created. You can actually see between the regularity that you see in the Song and the Ming typeface and the slanted lines in the imitation song typeface that there's a huge difference. And moreover, there's also the creation of the regular script typeface as well. And so between 1900 and 1930, which is the Republican era, right before the Chinese Civil War, you have all these Chinese typographers creating scripts that are a little bit more like the calligraphic form. And so that's one way in which the tension between hand and machine played out in the 1900s. The second tension that we've noticed is that there is this relationship between image and type. So if you were to look at this graphic, at the top you have these abstract forms, these shapes. And towards the bottom, you have Chinese characters. Even though these are very simple characters, you can see that the line between shape and type is it's not a line at all, it's a slippery slope. If you take a look at the fourth column, you have these three horizontal lines. Just by modulating the space between the lines and the length of the line, you actually come to the character which is the number 3. And that sort of nuanced gradation from shape and type plays out in the way that the Gothic typefaces have been modified. So for instance, on the left-hand side, you have the Gothic or the Hay style typeface, is a bold version. And on the right, you have the exact same character set, which is put in a variety typeface. And you can see that just by simple modulation of the line, one tends towards image and pattern, and the other is more, I would say, traditional, for lack of a better word. You also see great experimentation in the 60s, where image actually overrides type. So here we have magazines in Taiwan, and there were a lot of literary magazines at that time, where the form of the character is less like the character, it's actually more an image. You have literature and literary magazines, and also experimentation with the Ming and Song style typefaces as well, breaking apart the forms and actually reading them as shapes rather than as type. And it really leads us to ask, how much is too much, and where does this notion of expression reside? We really like this illustration of the different ways in which you can modulate this character, which means public. So on the upper left-hand corner, you have a Ming or Song style typeface, and on the bottom left corner or middle is the Hay style typeface. And you can see the sheer amount of variation that can be accomplished. Because of these types of variations, we really begin to ask ourselves, sort of, what is the nature of writing, what is the nature of calligraphy, and what is the nature of type? And so just to recap, there's these two extremes that we are seeing in Chinese typography, and one is towards hand and one is towards image and pattern.
So this has led us to ask ourselves, what are some alternative approaches? So here is a typeface that we're designing, and we've asked ourselves questions on where it could lie between hand and machine, type and image, the level of expression that we want to include in it. And there's some challenges that we've faced that have been both challenging, obviously, and exciting, but one is just the scale of the character set. 2 is the visual complexity within each character, and 3 is economics, because with scale comes cost, and 4 is canonicity, which is the simple question of what defines a typeface and how many characters should be in a character set. So looking back into history, we kind of found 3 potential ways forward. The first is modular type. Here we have the character for eternity, and the reason we included it is because it's constructed of 8 principal strokes that are used throughout Chinese characters. And there was actually an example of this by a French typographer named Marcelin Legrand, where he worked alongside French and Chinese students to design this typeface with over 22,000 characters constructed from a toolkit of parts. And here, looking at the type specimen, there's some fascinating and strange things happening. On the very left, between that squarish shape and the strokes on the bottom, there's this wide space which kind of runs contrary to what was considered good Chinese calligraphy and typesetting at the time, which is having an evenness of character. And you can see it once again here on the very left, kind of the cluster of strokes on the left versus the right with the wide space in the middle. And when this came out, it was actually kind of decried as a not very pretty typeface, but it did offer a really interesting solution and kind of lend itself into a new way of expressing each character, and just opened up whole new possibilities of form. The second is working within constraints. I know all designers are very familiar with this concept, but there's been a lot of really amazing explorations. For example, this Chinese typeface by Choi Kanyan came out in 1986 and is called dot matrix type. And what's super interesting about it is he asked himself the question that we're asking ourselves: how do you reduce a character to its most essential form? So we started with a 24 by 24 point grid, and then he actually reduced it even further to 12 point by 12 point. And what's super fascinating about it is that he actually based this not off of the Gothic structure, but off of the traditional, more calligraphic structure. So if you look on the very left-hand column, 3 characters down, you see the character for the number 1. And what's interesting about it is instead of just doing a straight line, he actually included a little dot on the top and the bottom, which references kind of the hand and just drawing the number 1 from left to right. And here we have, we're in the present day, and we have the Beijing Olympics. And what's so fascinating about this character here is that all affects of the hand are completely gone at this point, and you can see the number 9 reduced to just its most essential form. Once again, the number 8. So the economy of form leads itself to a whole new genre of possibility.
And this gets at this final idea that we have been thinking about for quite some time in the course of building our own typeface. And that is this idea of living type, which it has been forced upon us because of the enormity of the character set. So if we think about an old economic model, right? This is the old economic model. You have the Mandarin sitting at the top, twiddling with his thumbs, and you have an entire workshop of people at his beck and call working for him. In the past, when Chinese movable type was used, you would actually have an artisan on the call, ready to go if there was a character that was not in the inventory. Now, in modern days, if we were to release a typeface and it was missing 10 characters, it is not economically viable for somebody to call you up on the phone and say, can you draw us 10 characters and ship it out to us? It just does not work today. So we began to think about, well, how can we use modern technology and how can we use modern processes to begin to tackle this huge character set? And we began to think about borrowing from software version control. So for those of you who are familiar with software development, because software projects nowadays are so large, you have multiple teams and multiple developers working on one project. So what they do is they check out code from a master branch, work on it, and then when it's ready, it gets checked back into the master branch. And so you have these diverging strands of code that keep getting integrated into one branch. Now, what if we could take this idea and push it even further into a visual repository where every glyph is represented in the system, and you can allow for the addition, the editing, and the curation of individual glyphs and individual sets. And the reason why this is important is because you don't actually need the entire full Chinese character set, right? You don't need 100,000 characters. You don't need 20,000 characters. Depending on what you are working on, you may only need a subset of both the commonly used characters and perhaps a few complicated characters. And so you can think about a typeface actually as a species, or quote-unquote a species, where you can actually have individual variations of a typeface, where there could be variant characters, there could be modifications of the character, it could contain both traditional and simplified Chinese, and it could work together as an entire species, but every single set is just slightly different, and collectively, it would be known as a typeface. And what that gets us is we get to spread out the cost, both economic cost and also human labor over time. You know, there is no need to spend 8 years on a typeface just to get it ready at some point where it may be obsolete. The second is that we begin to think of typography, or begin to think of a typeface as being released incrementally rather than as a full version or a full release. And the third one is this rather exciting idea of multiple versions rather than a version, which in the context of Chinese typography is a rather needed type of idea. And this allows us to this exciting idea of the possibility of individual expression. Now, if we take a step back and we take a look at this in the light of Chinese civilization and aesthetics and calligraphy, and why calligraphy has become so important or has been important for millennia, this type of modern system allows us to begin sort of individual expression, and it leads us to this question of, well, have we come back full circle? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. There's a couple of questions. One question via come closer. One question came via Twitter. I'm going to paraphrase it, but are there legibility studies or research into which class of Chinese is more legible or more readable? Is there kind of that kind of research?
That has been a debate since the 20th century. Many people would say that the imitation song typeface, the more calligraphic forms, are more readable. But that is also a very similar argument if you think about Western typography, about serif versus sans serif. And well, it's, as people who are interested in typography, I think there's also an aesthetic component that gets lost in that type of translation or that type of idea.
And this is a question I had. You guys did a great job sort of collaborating on stage. I was just curious, as a native speaker and a non-native speaker, how did that influence the project?
I mean, it was an exciting process. I think a great thing is that obviously Casper is Chinese, and I'm actually Korean American. And what's interesting is that Casper said I had a healthy disrespect for the language, because when we were first drawing the strokes, I would be like, let's just cut off this part, angle it, square off this corner, and then Casper would be.
Well, we
have able to have a deeper understanding and say what's working as a system.
We have what we call the weirdness test, and so we have. Our designers, we sat in a table, and every time we had a character that was drawn, we would say, ask the question of everybody, is this weird? We go around the table, is this weird? Yes, no, yes, no, yes. And I think that's, there's a healthy balance between being, I would say, disrespectful and also respectful to the form, and that tension is, I think, very necessary for typography to move in new directions.
So it's a constant discussion and sharing characters with friends who speak and read.
Yes.
Excellent. And just a very quick question, what's next? Do you guys want to pursue this, continue?
Well, we want to continue we're planning on releasing our typeface this autumn. And the second is also to work on this idea of a living repository, because we believe that, especially in Chinese typography, the system overrides the form in many respects. So that is an area which needs to be built out for more, so that more typefaces can come to be.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Our next speaker is Indra Coopersmith. Please welcome Indra.
Thanks, Sasha. Thanks for inviting me. I'm super excited. I'm going to talk about choosing typefaces a little, choosing typefaces today. So not only for digital, also for print, because I cannot really separate this today anymore, I think. And I approach this with many hats on, you could say. I'm a typographer, so I choose typefaces for my own work or for work for clients. I work as a consultant often for the type industry, where I help promote typefaces or explain them better. I also consult for clients who need help in choosing typefaces, and I'm also an educator, so I'm explaining typefaces a lot also for students or people who are starting out in type. And we discussed this in other talks here, and you also probably have seen talks about choosing typefaces which usually start like, oh yeah, you have to check the atmosphere and the feel of the typeface, and that it's expressing the message you want to get across. And we talked about history and location, but I find this is a little hard these days. What location does a typeface have when we have so many revivals, or the time is also not so easy to tell. And also that the cultural associations, we talked about this yesterday, are really different in different locations. So if you use black letter in Mexico, it says something completely different as in Germany, and what we could still feel a bit like a fascist genre is, or the fascist genre is a completely different one in Italy, where more the Art Deco sans serifs are regarded in that regard. So I'm not going to talk about this, but more about what I sometimes also call the party pooper factors of choosing typefaces that are not so cool, but you have to regard them anyway, because they really determine a lot in the process of choosing the typefaces, and some of them are not influenceable by you, or you don't even know them. For instance, I think every one of you has designed something for print or the web without actually knowing the content at all. You don't know the readership really. Sometimes you maybe have totally complicated reading distances that you can't change. The production method might be complicated, or every production method has its own limitations. And then also really licensing and cost, that is something that we are not really considering, but they have a lot of influence in what typeface you're actually using, because at the end of the day, almost all of the foundries, the larger ones, offer all of the genres. You can get an old style serif from almost everyone. You can get an Helvetica clone from everyone. So even if you pick a genre, it doesn't really say much where you should go look for that font. And as I said in the intro, you cannot really say I'm doing web typography or I'm picking this type for screen, because there's hardly any project that is not involving all or several media. Even if you're if you design for a startup has a website, they might have a business card at some point, or maybe have a booth somewhere at a trade fair and need something printed. So if you choose a typeface, you have to consider all of the media where it should be used, or if it's available there at all. What is also different is that we talked about this before as well. That's the horrible thing if you're at the second day, you follow so many great speakers. That type and layout is much more important on the web, where the type or the content is not coming in all these different containers, but on the web or on screen, everything tends to look the same. That was previously all the system fonts that we use, but it still comes in this same box of the screen or phones or something. And then we told everyone that they should not use the system fonts anymore, but web fonts, but then still everything looks the same, because we all use the 5 same boilerplates and the 2 same fonts. But what I like is, or what could be really it's not by me, I wish it was. This can really be an opportunity, because it's the medium actually facilitates to change and redesign the layout or change the typeface is so much more flexible and often on the web than in print. And it can be also more fashionable. You can be much more daring, and then still I see so many boring type choices. So I made a really unscientific, informal research among web designers. I don't want to call them web designers, but people who designed for the web, why they chose the typeface they chose, so the overused font, I thought. And none of them said because it was fitting my project, because the atmosphere was the right thing, the location or time, because they all had pretty pragmatic things they had in mind for either it was super easy to use because it was hosted, or I wanted to like determine all the loading procedures and the size and the subsetting myself. Or really a lot of people said it was like the price, or the most answer was actually also I didn't know where to look for anything else, or I don't have an idea about fonts. So this is what I'm trying to do in my daily practice, is that I'm really at least mentioning this so much, or it's a large focus of my teaching also to tell people like where they could go and get some tips. But even if I now suggest something, that's almost as arbitrary, because this is just 2 recent lists I wrote in the past weeks. And where do you even begin with 30,000 options if you don't have any limitations you could start out with? So I really like limitations, or I love problems, so that I can even start somewhere to look. To explain my process a little, I brought several examples from my practice. The first one is a super large company which has a super large budget, and the main takeaway of this kind of project is probably that you should always talk to a type designer, or the type designer that you consider working with, or the foundry directly, because you will have so many things that have to be changed in the process or communicated over or altered, that it's really, really helpful to deal with a typeface designer directly. It's really hard to have, for such a big project, just licensed typefaces from MyFonts or any distributor without any possibility to change things easily. A couple of years ago, Otto, that is a really large company or retailer in Germany, approached me that they would like to change their design, like the corporate design and the typeface, and they need help with choosing the font. And that is also, I mean, I don't want to promote my profession or any other consultant out there, but that was probably the wisest decisions they make, that they asked someone who could talk to the type designer, because most companies who are not really in the design area don't really have the vocabulary to talk to someone, especially if it's not in the same country. So this is that shop, that retailer has a long tradition, and it's not really exactly sexy or super like fashionable. These are older spreads, but to show you some of the problems they will have with a font. So they have a mail order catalog which is printed in super high volume, and of course they have a website. And I approached this like every one of us, of course, looking for genres that could fit the tone of the company, or that fit the character. It's a family-owned business, so I was going for like the friendlier, maybe humanist sans serifs. Or maybe it's also a slab, could also be possible. But it shouldn't be too friendly, so it could be a little, like, also more versatile if they are selling not fashion items, but computers or something. And then I made tons of short lists. A website that lets you make lists is really easy, but because you have to really start early with a realistic copy, so they are setting prices all the time, so I had to check how does the euro sign look like, how do other currency signs look like, how do the numbers look like, and I made test settings. And that is also the point where you need to ask type designers for trial licenses, or find trial licenses for the fonts, because a website, like a retail website, lets you maybe set a line like here. But if I have to try realistic copy they have for print, then I needed the fonts to like play around with them. Play around is a really silly expression, but you know what I mean. So I made a short list of typefaces that we might consider using, and then wrote the foundry, or could see that I could get some trial licenses. On the web, that is a little easier. So if you have a website already, then you can either use one of the font swapper tools, or you can also go into the inspector and just change the font with a local font, and then you can see the whole website in an alternative font. And that was really easy to see immediately, because they have a lot of also really tiny type there. What typefaces could be considered, or what problems there might become. This is then All Right Sons, one of the contenders, where I saw, oh, this has to be better hinted if we really use this for this project, because that was not really well hinted for this small size on Windows PCs. But if you have such a large retailer, they will definitely have so many clients, customers that come with the oldest PCs, with the shittiest monitors, with the worst settings. So you really cannot approach this as a designy nice job where you know a lot of people will come with a high resolution latest equipment. And then there were a lot of spreadsheets in my life. You will see several spreadsheets throughout this presentations where I combined like the the like fifth short list. And then, of course, you list all the details, but then you also list stuff, or you have to explore stuff that just maybe not so comes to your mind immediately. Like, can we use this typeface for different weird production methods I've never heard of? Like, is it catalog X? Can I use it in catalog X? I have not even heard of that before. Or how does this typeface compare in the spacing to Verdana or Arial as a fallback font on the web? So we made comparisons and then sorted them by this. Or how would this typeface work in positive and negative? And how do the ciphers, the figures look like, blah, blah, blah. You get what I mean. So we narrowed it down. In the end, it was almost like, or I can explain this on here. I have to say that the one that I almost picked as my favorite was not chosen for super weird reason also, that it was not so easy to communicate with that foundry. So we picked Alright Sans as a basis and then developed this further with Jackson Cavanaugh into Otto Sans, and they only settled also on through styles or weights, and they wanted to have some alterations. So this is where the communication part comes in. They wanted to check to change the punctuation a little bit, and then you have these things in your life where the whole implementation phase comes in. And they also wanted to have a condensed, which was not already there, but that wasn't really a problem because we could make a working condensed pretty soon. But we had to test this for the catalog printing method, because this is what you saw in these unsexy spreads I showed before. And here you really see that you really have to test the technological stuff with a real content, because the regular style, what is almost not printable in rotogravure. Like rotogravure printing method is the Windows XP with standard resolution screen if print. And we had to change the weight a little bit so that it holds up in things like this. Now they use this for like 2 years, I think, on all kinds of media, of course. That is also always important for such a large client, that you have like an outbuy or like a enterprise license, that they can easily use that everywhere. And I think it works well in all kinds of also like sections they are selling on the website. Even in pretty small sizes. The opposite end of the spectrum is super small projects where you have no budget at all, because I think it's not that a lot of us think that we need a large family to make really good typography. You can also make really good typography just with one style and use just your imagination. This was a really large project I did with just 2 styles of a typeface. Or almost just one, because we used the italic really rarely. We designed a whole exhibition with this and a pretty involved catalog with a lot of hierarchies. And that was for an exhibition in France about modern France glass art. And I picked this typeface Custodio by Fritz Meyers, because it is like a modern version of Fournier, but I didn't really want to go all the way like the historical one. And I think we also picked it because we could not license more than one style or could not afford it, but it really works well with also just a limited set. Or this is an example of Maria Siratsky, who designed a bot that generates maps and an atlas and a book and a pretty involved websites, also with just 2 styles of Arnhem Serif by Fritz Meyers. But that was also an idea of why we picked this typeface, is that our type is one of the rare foundries that gives you like the use on the web with the standard license. So if you just if you have a print and a web project and have limited budget, this could be something that you could look into, because that is really affordable than if you get the web license together with this. They have pretty different prices for all their styles, for all their families. That is also unusual, but you can, for instance, get a pretty versatile sans serif there for like a set of bold and regular for just 100 euros in this case. And that is also an interesting typeface by Thomas Thiemich, which has a lot of alternate characters or stylistic sets, so that you can almost make a second typeface out of this. So that could also be an idea if you have a lot of styles to cover, but only a limited budget to look into these kind of things. My favorite licensing model right now is just launched the other week from David Johnson Ross' new foundry, DJR. He offers us all these preset buckets almost that everyone has probably have to use the typefaces for. So if you license the typeface there, you get it for print use and also for web use automatically, and even for ebooks. Because that is also something that I find is always way too expensive. If you work in print and want to also publish your books as ebooks, then it's really expensive, and you have to consider this upfront and not just use then a free font for the ebook version. For instance, this is Typographics is also a free web licensing in their print and web, like their basic license includes web use, but the ebook is here pretty expensive. But if you need an ebook license, which is very inexpensive, you might want to check Indian typography. To cut a long story short, is that you really need to have a good overview of all the different licensing options and prices. So another spreadsheet I made just for myself, because I'm asked this so much, what is allowed, what is the prices, what is offered by the different foundries. Proportions is something also that works a little different in print and on the web, or we might have different problems there. This is something that every one of us knows, that they are like economical typefaces in newspapers. You see it maybe like the full spread, but then you fold it up and hold it a little closer to read it. So this is almost like the first responsive media, you could say. But on the web, condensed typefaces or these compact typefaces are not always the best idea, especially if we have these very simple, a little unimaginative designs of a wide one-column layout. And then you can probably, for a widescreen, use a wider typeface, but please don't use super light geometric sans serifs anymore on the web. I'm really so sick of seeing that. And I have to admit that I'm a big fan of user style sheets, so if I don't like your typeface, I will make a user style sheet and switch it to output. I'm sorry. I would probably also scale this down here because it's so boring, but I mean the boringness comes even out much better if you see it like this. So these super large systems that are published these days, they're not there that you need all of these 100 plus styles as we read on Twitter the other day. They're there to give you the options to maybe use a condensed style for the web, for a mobile device, and the wider one maybe on a large screen. And this is also that David is explaining on his website for his recent release, Gimlet, where you could use media queries to have different styles and proportions for different orientation and different sizes of the screen. So this is something that you cannot do in print layout, and I'm really excited to see possibilities or like people use this more on the web, because that is actually a nice thing. I hear the performance people already complaining that there's so much font load and KBs that are loaded by fonts, but we can also maybe just go a little easy on the hero images. This is a website where I explain optical sizes and grades and everything, like huge series of typefaces. This was not designed by me, this was designed by Marko Dugončić, but I wrote the text. So if you want to know, learn more about optical sizes and the possibilities on the web, you could go to this website. But this is the thing that I was talking about before when people ask me where should I go and learn about typefaces? This is also my my question to all the educators among you, that we should really give enough room to this topic in the education of students, and also maybe continued education for people who work on the web now. They did not study design usually. So where should they learn about typefaces? I made a list for my students initially for like all the educational offerings for students, but there's also a list of a lot of foundries are offering trial fonts now, so that you can try the typefaces before you actually license them for non-commercial use. There are a lot of websites where you can learn about typefaces or see typefaces in use, or read articles written about typefaces. You could follow all the type designers and foundries on Twitter and check their releases. And then there are also, of course, a lot of tools on the web, or of course also distributor websites that help you maybe pick fonts, but you should look for something that also lets you filter down options and not just presents everything in an alphabetical order or this huge mass on my fonts that you cannot go through. There are these web tools that I talked about that you can just swap out the fonts on your website and then try different clothes on your on a thing that exists already. That is really easy to change things. And there are a lot of these kind of type testers like Typecast or typetester.org, also from Marko Dugončić. But the problem with these is, as I said before, you have a font list that is alphabetical and that doesn't help you selecting the typeface. You can test typefaces in these tools, but it's really hard to find the one that is fitting your job. So these are great if you know what you want or what you're doing. This one is a little different maybe from Andrew Johnson, that it also uses local fonts, so you can maybe rent a typeface on FontStand and then use it in this TypeShift app. But the problem is really that you have to have a really good working knowledge or a lot of typefaces in your mind already to use these things successfully. So what could you do to have like a better like visual memory of typefaces is look at typefaces. Look at typefaces a lot. You got to probably look at typefaces for years and try to see what is the contrast here. Is it a high contrast? Is it a low contrast? How are these terminals ending? Is there like a teardrop? Is it a bowl? Is it a compact typeface? Is it a wide typeface? And then maybe try to see what effect this has on the atmosphere that these typefaces generate. I once made this list for myself with all the possible things that how a terminal can end and or how serifs could look like, just to have a vocabulary of things in mind that I could look and also talk about fonts more. You can even go as crazy as me and take the font book and classify the whole font book, which I just did, I don't know for what reason, in 2004, I think. It landed me a job with FontShop working on their font book app, luckily. You could also go a little easier and just classify and look through all the type foundry that you prefer. I once did this when I freelanced for Font Bureau on WebType, just to get an idea of their catalog. I could probably also have called Chris Lewis, who was the web guy, and that he makes me like a dump of this. But I really did this myself, and that is also why I call it a cheat sheet, because that is what you do. Why? Because I wrote this all down and looked at these typefaces. I don't need this sheet or this spreadsheet anymore, but I remember this from memory. So you can think of classifications whatever you want, but in the end they're just groups of these different features, and they help you memorize the typeface or understand it. So what I want you to do during lunch break is take any, not joking, not this one, but take a specimen from your goodie bag, buy some Post-its at Muji across the street, and then try to tag the typefaces in your specimen with whatever tag you want. Like you can sort them between sans and serif, or you could also say goofy, funky, monospaced, whatever. And then by doing this, you just exercised or learned a little bit better how to look at typefaces, and maybe then also remember them again if you need a typeface in that style for your next project. Thank you. Roger!
We're supposed to go in the middle. They want more light. Wasn't that great? I always love it when we have a European designer
with a horrible German accent.
No,
yeah.
I love that better. But particularly German, because they're so methodical. They think things through. There are theories. There's large charts. We don't have anything like that. We just kind of go through the book and pick one out. It's a wholly different system. Anyway, now I've done it. We have one question from South Africa, from Galefele Molema. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Who's an art director at Signal Hill Creative. He's also a farmer. He's our kind of live streaming participant. And Gallifrey asks, or says, stereotypes are frowned on in real life. Why are they allowed in typography?
They just happen with all the usage, I think. I mean, how you use the type, then that is also what this typeface gets branded with, and you remember this and maybe use it as, like, this is perpetuating the stereotype further and further. I mean, you can always break this up by using a typeface in a completely different way and use a new typeface for the stereotypical use.
Yeah.
The typeface is usually used for.
Yeah, or find a new, better cut or something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can also, of course, find an alternative which looks the same. That's what I find so funny about the Helvetica haters, that they just complain and then go and make their own version of Helvetica, which just looks the same.
No, worse.
Worse. Could also just use the real one.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much for coming. And we'll recollect at the end of the day for more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. And now we have a little spotlight with Paul Barnes. Oh, he's coming up here. Oh, either way. Yeah, coming down there is easier.
I'm not such. I've got a minute, so I'm going to be really economical. I was thinking today how lucky I've been. I'm lucky to work with a fantastic company called Commercial Type. I have a wonderful partner, Christian Schwartz, who's sitting over there. I'm also thinking about the luck I've had in my life. I went to a fantastic school, University of Reading, and did typography. I've been very lucky. I've come to lots of conferences like this. Back in 1990, as a very young boy, I went to a conference in Oxford, and I bumped into a man standing over there, Roger Black, who gave me my first job. In fact, he's been my only boss, so everything's kind of been... It's been downhill since then. I was going to tell you a great Roger Black story, but there's just too many. Anyway, so Roger was a great employee, and I've had lots of great collaborators through my time. Roger, people like Peter Saville. And one of the other great things I've had in my life is fantastic resources that I've been able to use. Across the road, you've got the Lou Ballon Centre. And I just wanted to kind of plug that and other resources around the world. One that I'm involved in, St. Bride Printing Library. We're all really lucky to have these things. So please use them as much as you can. Tell all your students about them. And give your time. And if you feel really lucky, perhaps give your money. Because if we're not lucky, we're going to be very unlucky, and we're going to lose things like this. So try and support these things as much as you can. Anyway, that's my minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. The next speaker is very familiar with this institution. Please welcome Stephen Doyle.
Thank you. Thank you, Sasha and Roger, for inviting me here, and thank you, Cooper Union, for hosting this, and thank you to our sponsors, and thank you, you guys, for spending an incredibly beautiful spring day in this dark hall looking at small type on a big screen. I have to warn you, I know this is a typographic conference, but I'm going to show you a couple of slides that don't actually have typography on them. I hope that's okay. I think you can handle it. If this slide did have words on it, they would be the three principles that we use when we're designing to try to make our work be a little bit engaging or enchanted. And those words are magic, which stands for the ability to defy gravity. Nonsense, which is about defying reason. And macrame, which stands for defying expectations, to take a common material and have it somehow transformed. And that's where we get our little extra bit of magic. Right after 9/11, a very controversial article op-ed piece by Stanley Fish appeared in the New York Times, and he asked the question, are there two ways of looking at the truth? We call them terrorists, they call them martyrs. And simply by taking that idea of the truth and folding it, I was able to do this illustration for the New York Times op-ed piece, of which I'm really proud, because I like it when the power of words can be expressed. I do like it when words get up off the page and come out into the world to participate with us. Having gone to school here at Cooper Union, I learned a lack of fear, a certain fearlessness about using media, all media, because we were trained in all media to express ideas. And I also learned, especially from my mentor and friend Milton Glaser, the responsibility that comes with being a designer. If you believe that design has power, that power has responsibility to society and to the world. And it's great to be in the New York Times with 2 million people reading about ideas to provoke thought. And I think that when you do good things, then good things happen. What do you think? Confirm? I don't know if you guys remember Peter Pan, but the whole reason he comes back to Wendy's bedroom is because he's lost his shadow. His shadow is, for some reason, rolled up inside her drawer, and he retrieves it because his shadow is his validation. It proves that he is alive. And he sits on her bed, he sews his own shadow to his feet, and then he sings this song, I Got a Crow, because he's him and because he's validated. A couple years ago, I was very honored to receive a very nice award, and the award committee told me that I was receiving this award because of my ability to give words a special meaning. But in fact, I don't give meaning to words at all. What I'm after in the work that we do in our studio, and it's many of us that work on these projects, so I don't want to take credit for all of this work, except I am the head carpenter. The work that we do is about uncovering the power and the meaning of words. As you know, Vladimir Nabokov is a lepidopterist, so it seemed only natural to pin his name to a book cover and then to read just the shadow more than the letters themselves. This provoked the people at Knopf to do a reissue set of Nabokov's work, and they distributed insect boxes to a bunch of designers, and I got to do this incredibly wonderful story, Pale Fire, which is a story about a poet who writes an epic poem to his daughter who's taken her own life. That's why we've captured this smoke in the box here. I love using natural material to find ways to communicate with type and to bring words alive. This is a book cover that we did for Knopf, and it was the first time that I was ever asked to do a little pruning on my typography. So it eventually came out like this. And any of you guys that have designed with twig know that you have to be very careful when kerning. And then there's the kernagonal issues that you have to be aware of as well. And then those darn cap heights and baselines. My dad was a psychologist, and I was always intrigued with the idea of dyslexia, and the example that they always talk about is was and saw. But I was intrigued then about what happens if you not just flip the word around, but play with the object and the word, and think about that dynamic tension and dialogue between word and object. This was a poster that I designed in 2000 to help get out the vote for AIGA. Obviously, it didn't work well enough. And I love the dynamic tension here of reading the word written and then reading the shadow of the word reaction, because this is a book about essays about other essays, so it kind of implies this dialogue between the two. This was for the New York Times Magazine. Empathy is actually something that's inside your head, and I struggled with a way to figure out how to show this, and then realized we just had to get in there and carve it. Another op-ed piece about business talk. This installation celebrated the 75th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which is simply these words, and by putting it on the floor of Grand Central Terminal in 9,867 point type, we got lots of people to read it. This was taken from a cherry picker, and if you were on the ground, you couldn't read the whole thing, but because 500,000 people walked by every day, and there's this 8-foot word sex on the floor, it was really great that people were reading part of the Constitution. That was a project for the New York Times Magazine, who was doing a story about character traits being taught in school in addition to reading, writing, and arithmetic. And they asked me if there was a way to get these words to activate themselves in 2 different schools. We worked at a KIPP school up in Harlem and at Fieldston up in the Bronx. And I wanted to show you how we got those words in place, because everybody wants to know how you do it, so now you know. But by taping these words in place and then having just a single camera point of view, you can make the word appear to float in the space. The kids at the school just love this, being able to see these crazy, distorted words, and then stepping out of the focal range. And my favorite. This is an album that we did for David Byrne back in 2001. It got this crazy title, Look Into the Eyeball, and we used a plastic sleeve on top of the jewel case with stripes on it, and kind of like that old Animal Crackers box where you could change from an elephant to a tiger. Simply by flicking the thing, you can get him to blink his eyes and read the whole thing. And, you know, it's really fun at a party. Another project for David Byrne more recently, Here Lies Love, is the musical story of Imelda Marcos, and we tried to do this kind of disco typography. You know those beautiful neon things in the mirrored boxes where the type just goes on and on, trying to bring old Imelda to life. We wanted to have mirrored boxes out in front of the public theater, of course, but we got value engineered down to lit posters. It's nice when you have a niece who knows how to do beading. It's nice when you get to do a logo for your alma mater. Here's a little project on Park Avenue South. That we were just asked to put the address on this thing, so we decided that we would do it with 300 stainless steel polished cubes. And another installation that we're working toward is the building 666 on Fifth Avenue. If you don't know it, it's got that beautiful carved Noguchi ceiling of fins and blades. So we took that idea of the blades and turned it into numerals on the south side of the building so that the shadow will pass across the face of the building as the day goes on. Oh, this is another one of those slides without words on it. This, a lot of times I think with my hands and fingers, and then the thinking comes back and infiltrates work that we do. And the idea here is simply the idea of removal, which is something that we used in this program for the carousel at the Battery, Sea Glass, which just opened last year. And the idea here is to remove the name from the sign so that you can see the landscape and the people and the movement and the color change through it to bring the sign to life. We actually used that scheme in the directional signage at the Battery. All the signs are perforated so that they become part of the landscape. And then when it was time to do the typography for the carousel itself, we didn't actually want to have a sign in front of the building because the building is a sign. So instead, we decided that we would harvest a bunch of bubbles in the garden and collect them and turn them into typography. And here's what we ended up with. It's just a little glowing sign on the carousel. Here's the donor wall, which is an idea that we used for an illustration in the New York Times book review about some guy who wrote about himself a little too much. Another carousel, this is in Brooklyn Bridge Park, beautiful building and very sheer and modern, and what we wanted to do was to design very Baroque typography to go with that Baroque carousel, but to put it very minimally into the pavement there, so it's very modern at the same time. Yankee Stadium, last time I saw it. Our idea was to commemorate it at its site, and we wanted to do a drawing in the grass of the outline of the ball field. So we had somebody in the Netherlands who said they could do it and sent us this proof that they're really good at this kind of stuff. Kind of scary. But eventually the Grassmaster came from the Netherlands and stitched a drawing into the field. We also designed viewfinders in which are hidden images of what happened there. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, the Isley brothers. This guy was in the news lately. And signage throughout the park that can infiltrate the park rather than being a sign in itself. Little message for the Little League. This is a website that highlights the Broadway Theater District, the largest theater district in the world. We worked on this with local projects, but also we did an installation in Times Square in stone and steel that's a map of these 40 Broadway theaters with over 500 seats. We also got to work on The Late Show with, and this is the marquee on Broadway. I want to show you just a little sample of what we shared with Stephen Colbert and his team as we tried to find an identity for the show.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you.
Just a little taste of how we work and how we think out loud. We asked him, what this is before the show was on. What are the themes? He said, just make something happy. They do, don't they? We got a call a couple years ago from the New York, the Wildlife Conservation Society and the New York Aquarium, and they said, could you help us put our logo onto the building? And we thought it seemed like a pretty simple idea until we saw what their building looked like. This is what they showed to the Bloomberg administration, who was putting up $145 million to fund this thing, and they said, this looks like a laundromat in South Beach. So my job was to infiltrate this crowd and get them to peel off the neon bubbles and the stainless steel waves and stuff like that from the building, and get the building down to basics, and then find a way to bring it to life. It's because sharks need a controlled environment. It was an opaque building, and we had to find a way to bring the surface of it to life. So even just looking out the back window at the way leaves can mask a surface, or the way that the surface of the ocean reflects light, or the way sardines school. We found this guy called Ned Kahn who does these installations on the surfaces of buildings, which are basically aluminum tiles about the size of a Post-it, and they wiggle with the wind and make the building look like the surface of the ocean. It seemed a perfect fit. Here's the sample that he made for us. Look at waving wildly there. So someday soon, 2035, 2046, who knows? This is going to hit the Coney Island Boardwalk, the New York Aquarium, with a lively skin of 48,000 aluminum tiles. And then at night it'll be lit up with bioluminescent lights, and then the lights will die at about midnight so that the birds can fly safely home to the South America or wherever they're going.
Cinéma, le Paris, demain je serai parti. La gare, Dakar, Bamako, Mopti, y a pas de problème, tout va bien. Aujourd'hui je me marie, j'ai confiance. Amour, Solo, Gao, l'Algérie, Tunisie, Italie, y a pas de problème. J'aime au Manhattan, fast food, Dakar, Sénégal, cinéma, le Paris, ascenseur pour le ghetto. Il est minuit à Tokyo, il est 5 heures au Mali. Quelle heure est-il au paradis? Il est minuit à Tokyo, il est 5 heures au Mali. Quelle heure est-il au paradis?
So I talked about nonsense before and letting my hands find a way to something. I'm fascinated with books and the idea of books and books without content and books that relax, books that tell messages, tell stories. This is a carving of Ulysses. Books that are lost. This was a gift to get this project for the op-ed page. Oh, another one without words. At the New York Botanical Garden, I created a bronze book as a plaque. Dad always tries to move it when he's taking a picture of the family. And then I make these, I have cut up a book into every single line and put it back together to make fun of the idea of a hypertext. And it has led to a sequence of sculptures which defy logic but have a kind of power, I think, of their own. For Vanity Fair, cyber warfare. People are committing warfare on keyboards now. And finally, Niccolo Machiavelli, The Discourses. He says, those who deceive will always find those who are willing to be deceived. So as Roger says, everything begins with typography and everything ends with tears. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. I had a couple of questions. One thing, I recently had the pleasure of speaking with Milton Glaser, and he mentioned the influence that George Salter had on him when he was here at Cooper Union. And we both share, well, I guess all three of us share the interdisciplinary kind of nature of being at Cooper Union, having studied at Cooper Union. How important is it for designers to sort of maintain that open, and your work, very much speaks to that, like how important is it for designers to maintain that kind of open interdisciplinary interest, at least?
I think that designing without borders is so much more exciting than staying in any channel. I'm so lucky in my career, in my studio for the last 31 years, that we've been really able to romp around between projects that verge on art, verge on illustration, you know, even if it's brand identity. We're always trying to tell a story and trying to use any medium at our disposal to tell the story in a more convincing and maybe more surprising way, so that there's surprise and delight and discovery that helps make something be memorable to the viewer, but it makes it so much fun for those of us that get to make it.
And given the fact that, you know, graphic design is such a profession and you know, is very clearly very, very time consuming, how does one maintain kind of that limberness of going outside of the discipline and being kind of inspired by outside things?
I think that my references and inspirations for the work I do, I find much more in galleries and museums, or in temples, or in travel and language and food. I don't really use graphic design as a jumping off point for what I'm doing, but rather I like having these other cultural references and media to work with as a springboard.
And sort of a related question to kind of where I started with, for Milton Glaser, George Salter was a inspiring figure because he was not just teaching the profession, he was teaching how to be a human, how to be an adult, how to be influenced and be open-minded. What is the role of sort of today of heroes and mentors in that same regard for designers? Is that still relevant? And maybe Tibor, you know, like for you or Milton, like what does that mean to you?
Gosh, it's a heady question. I think that the mentorship, you know, the reason actually that I ultimately came to Cooper Union, I was in high school and I was doing my English class, and there was this book. It was Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare, and it was a drawing by Milton Glaser. So I've kind of always associated those three names of greatness, Julius Caesar, William Shakespeare, and Milton Glaser together, you know? So to come here and have Milton be a teacher was incredible. Milton was my first boss. I worked at Esquire magazine right out of school. We've stayed in touch over the years. He's met my kids, we're friends, and in fact, we're just beginning to do some collaboration with him now, which is really exciting because Milton is about to be 87 years old this month. Yeah. So shout out to Milton, happy birthday.
And Facebook friend.
And Facebook friend, yeah.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, thank you.
And now we're going to do another spotlight. The spotlight is with our good friend Eric van Bockland. He's right here.
It's a little bit too low. Hello. I want to tell you a very small story about a single letter that might or might not be part of your font set, might not be part of your character set, but I want to make a case for the small letter. It's not recognized. Unicode doesn't have a number for it, but the people in Holland have a desperate need for it. And I will tell you the story. In Dutch, the language of Zutphen and Brooklyn and other places here in New York, we have vowels just like here, we have consonants just like here, but the vowels are not like here. We have double E, double A, double O, W, we have a EU, OE, UI. The UI vowel sounds like ui, which is wonderful, it means onion. We have two vowels called I. There's an EI and there's an IJ, and they're both called I. So if you're 6 and you're going to school, you have to learn to spell. That pisses people off. The EI is called a short I. I means egg. The IJ is also a vowel, and it's called the long I, the lange I. There's a rule in Dutch grammar that if you want to add emphasis to vowels, in certain cases it's needed, you add acutes to this. So it can be A acute, A acute. If you want to put the difference between and een, one or a, it can be E acute, N. This is all fine, it's wonderful, this is official grammar. But if you want to have emphasis on an IJ, you put an acute on the I, which is good because we have that. And then you put an acute on the J, which is not good because it doesn't exist. So in order to put to execute an actual Dutch grammar for actual Dutch language, to put an acute on a J, you cannot do this. We've petitioned the Unicode Consortium, and they say angry things, and then they go back to making emoji. It does not happen. So it's a little bit complicated. Follow on Twitter J_acute. You can see some photos of use cases where there should have been an acute. A couple of modern typefaces actually have J_acutes, and there's ways of actually building them. So please, for your consideration, have a look at this and maybe add some to your fonts. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next speaker is somebody, once again, who doesn't need much introduction. I would like to take this opportunity to thank him. Dan Radican, come on up. Dan,
Stop it.
with very little complaint or even that much attention from the outside, has done a vast amount of the work to make this conference happen. So thank you, Dan.
My pleasure.
Go for it.
I hope you took in your fill of looking at beautiful things during Stephen's talk, because I do not have really pretty slides. Mine are really workaday because I'm talking about what's there before we start to design, and what leads us to begin making decisions about things. I want to preface a lot of what I'm saying by pointing out that I really, really believe in a very democratic approach to tools and what people work with. I think that amateurs and professionals alike should have access to the most sophisticated, most versatile tools to do their work. And I want to keep that clear of the idea of what is good or what is bad or what is appropriate, which is a very murky area. But I do want to take a step back to be a little bit critical of what we use and how the tools that we use or that are made for us may influence the decisions come out of there, to remind people to stay very conscious of the kinds of decisions they make and may need to make to do the most appropriate work, which is what I think makes the best work. So I want to start talking about typefaces. We are now a full generation deep into starting out with a couple of typefaces in a lot of the things that we do. And one of the most basic things that you may do as a typographer is to decide on what you want to use, what you want your types to look like. But what's there when you start thinking? We've been dealing with, for quite some time, with Times New Roman and Helvetica as sort of the go-tos that are the default, right? And there have been complaints about default typefaces in various contexts, and it's come up a bunch of times in this conference. But if we take a step back and think about why there seems to be so much Helvetica and so much Times New Roman, and why they may seem like lazy choices, well, their ubiquity now comes from them being so popular for so long. These typefaces became one of the first choices adapted to every platform, every medium, every method of text composition over the last 100 years or so. Well, I guess we're not at a full 100 with these two, but they were chosen because they were so successful. They were so successful not only because of what was considered the quality of their design, but also there was a push to get these out into the world right from the start. So Monotype and Linotype had great muscle that they put behind the typefaces that they believed in, that they thought could be successful in the marketplace, and they advertised. And the Times, being commissioned for a major respected newspaper, gave it an immediate platform. So by the time that it was available to the public and adapted for other means of typesetting, it had been shown in the best possible light. Helvetica was very successful. And the thing is that the success of these typefaces reinforces their success as they go along. They kept becoming the first thing you would reach for in every circumstance. So when Adobe had developed its PostScript page description language, they needed a set of typefaces to bake into this technical solution in 1984. A big part of the reason that they had to settle on some typefaces was it was assumed that the typefaces would be living in the output devices, not necessarily in the computers where people would work on things. So, as it has been told to me anecdotally, Adobe and Apple hashed out a good core set of typefaces that were reasonably flexible for different kinds of work. So you had Times for booky things, Helvetica for headliney things. Courier was a good choice for the code side of things, which is essentially the underlying typography of the code. There's still, if something went wrong with a file that was described with PostScript, something had to come out. And so they went with a monospace font based on a typewriter that had been designed by IBM and made available without a copyright. Times New Roman, very popular, good, solid, that had a long history at this point of being used in newspapers and books. And Helvetica, which was also very, very popular, but also a big favorite of Steve Jobs, who really, really wanted that to be in there. So these typefaces had been around and they were already very prominent, but this decision, this agreement between these two companies to make them defaults for what became sort of the standard for how printed material was sent out for output really baked these in and locked them in. And if you see the date, 1984, that was pretty early that was set in motion. Well, when Microsoft was preparing Windows, so Windows had existed with a sort of a more basic interface, but when they started integrating typefaces into that whole experience, there had now been years of these other successful type choices being baked into documents people had done of all kinds. They were written into the printers. So Microsoft needed to respond to that, and you didn't want to wipe away all of these conventions that had already been put in place, further reinforcing the success and the dominance of these typefaces. So they worked out a different set of typefaces, and it kind of at that point required some parity with what was already available, with what people were working for. And I think this led to what I always think of as sort of the great tragedy of the Arial backstory, where a pretty good 19th century grot run through the mill of sort of a mid-century aesthetic got stretched and squeezed a little bit to match metrics that were built into the existing devices. But this kind of ecosystem of available fonts and being baked in early into our digital landscape set some things in motion. They were there to be the first choices. So whereas practice designers may be used to this idea of, all right, I can visualize something, I've sketched it out, I know what I want it to be, suddenly these sophisticated tools were in everyone's hands. They were retail products, they were widely available, so lots of people could use type in ways. So people could make flyers, newsletters, prepare manuscripts, prepare books, and they had a few basic things to work with, which start reinforcing this notion of, oh, this is what type is supposed to look like. I'm going to make a choice. This is what's in front of me. I guess this is what things are supposed to be like. And it begins narrowing the space in people's assumptions about what things ought to look like. And it requires then slightly more effort to get to that space of making it look really different. So Microsoft Word opens up with a page like this. And you can see in the screenshot I have here, they've already moved on to Calibri as a default coming up. Microsoft has moved on over the years. Apple has moved on over the years. Other tools have moved on and made more fonts available. But they still have to start with something when you open up a blank document. And the typeface that shows up in that space begins people to assume this is what things are supposed to look like. I don't have to make any effort at this point except for what I want to say, and then suddenly these associations start getting baked in. And these conventions take on a life of their own. If you look for things like term paper requirements, things that schools say, this is what your writing is supposed to look like. Well, they had to make a decision about having an even playing field so that they could judge if papers were at the appropriate length, that they were not being, influenced unduly by the formatting of papers. Again, choices had to be made. So suddenly, in all of our schools, as people are being educated, they're told, this is what serious writing is supposed to look like. You have to say what you have to say, but this is what we want to see. So again, reinforcing more of these associations, more of these patterns. Other industries fall into the same trap. Matthew Butterick has written quite a lot about the ubiquity of Times Roman in legal contracts, another sort of ubiquitous fact in our lives. It's hard pushing back against these conventions once they're set in place. Designers, as I said, are trained to think about it and make other choices and try to lead people in other ways. But designers, when we design things for people, are designing things for people that they would need to approve that may or may not look like what they have come to assume things are supposed to look like, or conventions that may have been written into requirements. This idea of how the Courier had been baked into PostScript as sort of the underpinning font in the printer language has a similar dynamic to what happened with the World Wide Web. So this page, which is still live at CERN, is the simplest HTML possible. And it does things that we still value in text online. It is scalable, it is structured, it is actually pretty dynamic, but it makes no font specification. It just says we have some text, and a separate product, a web browser, has decided, all right, our default text is Times New Roman. Suddenly, Times New Roman becomes the underpinning of another whole medium where, if all else fails, this is what you see. And again, starts building some associations. Microsoft pushed back against this as well, saying it's like, well, we need to make more things available. They put together their core fonts for the web so that there were a greater range of choices and tones available. And for any of you who have ever worked on websites, or more broadly, people who've looked at websites up until say the last few years or so, this became the palette. Still quite narrow, still trying to achieve a reasonable range of options, but it became maddening in many situations to work with these typefaces. They didn't want to do everything that a designer would need to do. And where I actually credit a lot of the people who were involved in the web for sort of the first chunk of the life of the web, many designers and developers became very good at micro-typography because working with a limited palette of reliable typefaces, they had to think more about structuring their information, thinking about how the small decisions could make big overall effects. In the more professional end of the tools, which again are still available to a wide range of people, you have this setup of what do you want to do? What are you going to do first? So in Quark Express, which I worked on for many, many, many years, 12-point Helvetica was it. And pardon the German version, but Indra is the only person I know well who I could get screenshots from for Quark Express. Adobe InDesign followed a similar model. When it was launched, it was building off of this sort of workspace that Quark Express had established in the industry. Now, so Minion Pro, a typeface developed by Adobe, is the default in InDesign, but that even came slightly later. In a way, this is a more tactical decision to create a more distinct personality for working in the InDesign space. But David Lemon at Adobe shared this with me. This is the built-in font stack for the first version of InDesign. You see a lot of those basic default fonts coming up as what's there when you would open up a document and say, what do you want to do? And I think, that underlying foundation of the most basic options possible, while making it, a great way for people to start working, can be counterproductive. And I think every tool over the years has responded to this by making more things available. I actually think that for a casual user of these sophisticated tools, a wider and ever wider array of typefaces and document templates are probably good because they move people away from this assumption that things are only supposed to look one way. But there's this problem that it's not just about the typefaces and the typesetting that are defaults that influence how people can think things are supposed to look like. For a very lazy designer, for a casual user, you get shepherded into one direction. And if you don't make that effort to move past it, if you don't have the knowledge or the energy or the time, certain things are put before you that define the outcome. And I think what is a trickier subject is actually the handling of the document space. So you open up a default and it is a letter or an A4 sheet, and it's assumed this is what things are. This has been reinforced by other industry decisions about just the standardization of paper sizes, manufacturing, and what's made available. So of course, there would be defaults because the paper goes into the printers, you make a document to fit the printer, so it comes out. But even still, that masks over the fact that there are these two standards. There are other paper sizes that are available. So it makes it easy to move away from thinking about what size sheet do I need and how do I want to compose onto that sheet, because other decisions have already been made because of other people's commercial priorities. The tricky thing about that model of starting with that blank page in the electronic space is it leads you to a place where you're composing from the edge inside to the page, essentially creating a bucket that you pour text into that then requires work to do something else. And this is a more recent development, and I think that that's the tricky bit, because if you think about type and type composition before that, it started with the galley of text. It started with the decision, how wide does this need to be? How much type am I going to fit in there, and what size should that be? And the effort into the planning was kind of kept the idea of the eventual printing and the sheet in the background, but the decision making was there with the type and with the text. And then that could be put against the paper and placed in different ways. So there was even still room to adapt in the relationship of these. Now, I worked in electronic typesetting systems before the advent of desktop publishing, where you worked in this way, this kind of model of starting with the text, the measure, of that being the question what you want to do, came through from metal composition to photo typesetting to these early digital methods where you began with a measure and a typeface, and you would structure the internal relationships of the text, why they're pulling things out, setting headlines, worrying about the microtypography, and then planning the arrangement of the page around it, but keeping the focus on those internal structures, and then making conscious decisions about how that material related to what was around it. Now, so we've all been participating in discussions over the years about what do you do when what you're designing for isn't for a book or a page or a poster. The electronic space has only given us more and more variables to consider, different proportions, different arrangements, different media. And I think that there's a moment here of getting back to some more solid thinking about what is typography and what is composition and what is structure of the text. When there are so many more variables about the space that are things in, and we can quickly see that one set of decisions fails in so many more instances if it's not considered more carefully, the idea of the space becoming less of an issue than the text can get us back out of these assumptions that you can only have a couple of typefaces, your page is a bucket, and things go into it. The rise of web fonts is assisting this. So people can finally move past that palette of the safe web fonts. And more and more and more people are doing that, and they are relishing this variety and all the playfulness. So regardless of how well people make a lot of these decisions, I think it's fantastic that responsive design has made it easier for people to think more and more carefully about what are appropriate decisions for the context, for the space around it. Now, you can do all these things and plan a responsive site so that it adapts as you stretch out a window, but the reality is what underpins this idea of a design being responsive is that people aren't going to necessarily see it in all these instances. They'll see one, and that one has to work. That one has to make the impression. And it has to work as well as it might when someone sees something in yet another space. To get this right, knowing that the measure may change, the scale may change, typefaces may shift in response to the circumstance. So we get back to this notion of what is the internal structure and what are those relationships between the pieces in the structure which are most critical. The sanctity of the text becomes more prominent, which gets us back into what typography is presumably about, which is creating structure and presentation so that people can be led to read something and take in an idea, take in a message. And to get all of these things for all of these contexts to feel like they may belong, even if the content may move around, you have to think more about what's in the middle, what's in the inside, rather than what's framing it. What is your paragraph and your headline, your parallel piece of text, any side information? And to me, this is a potential moment to go back to all of our tools, not just for designing for digital spaces and for the web, but to push for more options back into designing for print. Can we move past this model of the page being a bucket that all the text goes into and concentrate more on the structure of that text and how it can adopt? There are tools out there that do this, and they have been there all along. They've mostly been used for enormous batch publishing projects where a small team of people need to do hundreds of things. I worked for a technical publisher where I wrote type specs for a line of 600 books that would be produced semi-automatically. Editors would tag the text. They would be run through patterns of typesetting specifications that I prepared with rules for how they get paginated as things moved around, and books would spit out the other side. Tools that do this never became broadly available because they were very expensive and very demanding in terms of computing power. Demands of computing power are not much of an issue in the world of typography anymore, so I think there is a moment where we may get tools for print design now, not where you can do great and sophisticated work, but you're encouraged to do more sophisticated and more thoughtful work, the same way that all the developments of CSS and detecting the environments that text appears in are leading us past a simplistic approach to design for the digital space. And I would like to see that happen because I really care about the sanctity of the message and the text and what we have to do. That's really important to me as a typographer, that I'm supporting what someone else has to say, whether it's personal work or commercial work. And we clearly have the technical sophistication to come up with better tools, and this is an important moment to think about, well, what other kind of tools can we have to help us get to these better places more easily? So thank you for that. All right, now the trouble starts.
We're supposed to go into the center, and then they now tell us we should go to the front. And then we're going to do a little dance. Did anyone hear about that?
I'm not dancing. I'm playing the organ.
Okay. We're cranking up. Anyway, one question. There was an effort that Herman Zapp, Aaron Burns, and then followed up by Mike Parker to do Pages, which was intended to be a consumer level or a business person level piece of software that they could get reliable, good-looking, well-designed letters and business documents. What happened? Did people just get used to the no margins, nine on?
Well, I kind of think that's what it is. You know, new software always produces interruptions in how people do things. Particularly like in a commercial office place, you don't want too many interruptions in how things get done. You just want it to march along. It is pretty easy to have a piece of software that you open up and start typing. Microsoft Word can do all of those things. You can format things for letters and will move things around, but the basic function of the tool is to say, pick the size of your bucket, let's put stuff into the bucket, and now it's up to you and your knowledge of the capabilities to make it do anything else. And that's the sort of insidious problem of system defaults that I worry about.
Huh. And never mind Calibri, but do people use, now Word and the whole Office suite has a very nice set of templates bundled in, which you showed, I think, PowerPoint. Do they use them?
I haven't done any surveys of this.
Have you ever seen one? No.
I said the only templates I ever see are for like flyers, for like yard sales and school book fairs.
You got to start. Okay. Well, that was great. Thank you, Dan. That was really, really good. Thank you. Thank you. So come on up. Our next speaker is one of the independent designers who has helped start Type Network. So Victoria Rushton, welcome. Thank you.
Hi. I can hear myself. No. I'm so grateful to be here this morning in this beautiful pillared basement. No, afternoon. We're already in the afternoon. Hi, I'm Victoria, and I'm a type designer. And I'm going to tell you a story about learning how to make a script typeface. And that's just because I happen to really enjoy hearing the stories of how people learn to do things that they do. And also, that's most of the stories that I have so far in my career, so I guess I'm just interesting like that. I came to fonts via script lettering. And so I like to think up ways of exploring how those things overlap and how they are distinct from each other. So this is going to be about making a specific style of script lettering into a font. It's this one. You got that. The things that worked and the things that broke, and whether you want to make a font that obscures the fact that it is a font, or just tackle hugs all of those problems into a chokehold, which is what I did. And so yeah, how I started, what I wanted to do, and how that changed, and everything that I screwed up and fixed, and now it's better. So, quick exposition about me, because you all seem to be listening to me right now. Probably not unlike a decent chunk of the people that are into type and lettering, I think. I got into this via this particular brand of scripty, swirly, almost in some cases saccharine lettering. I came across it at a time when I I was at the right point of hating my major and having no other plausible alternatives, so that'll do it. There I had been training to be an illustrator, which is to say to make images. The ones that I was making were ones that accompany or that illuminate a message. And then I figured out that you could draw things, letters, which actually are the message, and that was it. And it seems to have stuck. Here we are. So I was doing that kind of scripty, swirly thing on my own all the time. I'm not showing you that now because I don't have to. Shoehorning it into assignments where it didn't make sense. And trying to make a font on a pirated version of FontLab and then on a legit version of RoboFont, and that went badly and then good. And then after college, with the extreme benevolence of the people at Font Bureau, under whose wings I like to say that I forcibly lodged myself, I had the great privilege to be taken on and trained to make fonts by Diana Weissman and Cyrus Highsmith. It means a lot that Cyrus is here today. So my job there is 1, production, filling out other people's character sets for retail. 2, whenever they needed me to help out with any custom fonts for clients. And 3, conceiving of and executing my own designs to be eventually released for retail, like this one that you're looking at right now. It's called Marsha. It's the only one I have so far, but we're working on it. So the whole time I'm doing this job, I'm doing lettering just for fun and getting better. And it's the scripty stuff that I originally fell in love with making. And around then, I also started spending a lot of time with someone really special who also draws script fonts and lettering, and having him around was really upping my script game. So what I'm saying was, the whole time that I had been making fonts, I had it looming over my head like, Victoria, you're going to have to come up with an idea for a script typeface at some point. And yeah, let's just go to there. That would start with this, which were some holiday cards that I made to send out to art directors and friends, mostly art directors. And I try to make as much of my work about food and Christmas festivities as possible, so the holidays are a really great time for me motivation-wise. And for that middle lettering that says gingerbread, look at that, I referenced a style that I got from a book called The Script Letter by Tommy Thompson. It's what he refers to as freestyle lettering. And here are those samples. This book is important enough that we have 2 copies of it in our house for 2 people, because, like, what if we both needed it? Same. So here's what we're looking at that I drew with its super yellow. An aside, if you were thinking at some point that maybe you would see some charming sketches on paper of this font, they don't exist. For the most part, like occasionally maybe I'll draw a pencil sketch to get something, the first 2% of the iceberg of an idea out, but usually I just go straight into a font editor. For me, like a lot of type designers, it's just more economical. As soon as I can get something in black and white, the sooner I can figure out everything that's bad and then fix those things and not be charmed by textures and, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, this served the purpose that it had to on the cards. And then I had this lettering just chilling in a font file. And when you're me and you have some lettering in a font file, you try to come up with ways to get lettering, new lettering out of it really quick, just lazy. I do this all the time. So I wanted to make some pins. I don't remember. Just got to turn that lowercase g into a lowercase y, and then make an H, and then we have some new lettering. And then I have this in a font file. Then I wanted to make a card for a friend for her birthday. All I needed here that I didn't have out of those 2 last things was some L's. So we have some L's, and now I have this in a font file. And then this just happened. Obviously, it's messed up in places, but I love this alphabet. This is super charming to me. I find it super fun, and fun apparently in lots of script typefaces can only mean one thing, and that's a forthcoming series of drastic compromises. So like the charming wobbliness and the slight variation that you see in the lettering that looked fine, that has to go. It just looks clumsy. And a single angle is chosen as the one angle, and to make everything connect, we've also got to get rid of that little lowercase e that looks like the backwards 3. That was hard enough to negotiate in the lettering alone. It was out. We also couldn't have the lowercase e, the other lowercase e structure from the references, like, you know how cursive e's are just loops. That apparently the reason why you hardly ever see that in a font is because it just does not work without alternates to make it connect smoothly. So speaking of alternates, we have another problem now. And that's that this type looks great in some words and not as great in other words. We call this the uncanny valley, where you have type that's made to look like lettering, but its cover gets busted when you see 2 of the same letter near each other. You know that thing. So faced with this, we have 2 options. I can either, one, try to make a font that has a bunch of alternate characters and to mimic real lettering. Lots of fonts do this really successfully. You know them, you love them. They seem like a lot of work. It's obviously hard enough to get just one alphabet that looks good with itself, try 2 or 3 or 6. Or option 2 was to tone it down. Around this time I came across, well, this font called Peak by Nicole Doughton just came out, which I love. It looks so good, and it has so few ligatures. I forget now, I think it has like maybe, definitely less than 10, maybe around 5. It still freaks me out how well the outgoing strokes of all the characters work at their own at the end of a word, and yet just casually glide into the next letter if there is one. And so that pretty much cemented the goal for me for this particular project, that I wanted to give myself the assignment to try and tame this thing and make it have as few ligatures and alternates as possible, while still trying to be itself a little bit. And so I'm no longer making a thing that looks like freestyle lettering because I just can't. I just wanted to make something that was informed by it. And if you've ever studied or drawn a typeface, you know that you want as many pieces of itself to relate to each other, or maybe be completely identical to each other. But here, it's being a problem. Like all of these charming things where but now the top of the F and the L's are identical, and the descenders of the G and the Y are identical, and the G and the A. I love all of these things, but they call so much attention to themselves, and they're very casual, and quickly it became apparent that that casualness, when it gets repeated near itself, that's where the uncanny valley comes from. All the things that made something look good as lettering in a font are like, charming disaster. And another thing from that initial lettering that had to, lettering and font draft that had to go, was how I had the connections in the lowercase of the straight on the left side characters set up. You can see I have the default ones on the top, that I and that N, M, that have that little piece to be able to have smooth connections, and then the alternates on the bottom. That would mean a lot of alternates for a lot of characters, and I did not like that idea, so that was going to have to go. So here's what we're looking at, and it's got to get more typographic, less loosey-goosey. Bring it down. And now this is different. The open ascender and descender loops are gone. Now it's closed loops. The connections are now set up so that nothing needs an alternate to connect. So this is technically doable. However, the real problem children for the no alternates rule are the R and the S, especially because the N, everything has an outgoing stroke, and these are the only ones that have an ingoing stroke too. And you get things like where the N in almost everything else has a connection coming out from the baseline, and the O has a connection coming out from near the middle. And so to get it to work with both of those, you have to have that little stumpy incoming stroke, which looks good in the middles of words, but bad at the beginnings of words. So we needed to come up with another solution. No alternates. I was also not convinced that this was acceptably modulated and typographic enough yet. It's still in that awkward territory. Especially the O next to itself, I was not convinced by. It looks like it's trying to be lettering, but it's not fooling you. P and the S are, I don't know. So let's go back and stare at the references for a while. Like, what does this tell us? Let's look. It says, connections are hard. These letters have connections mostly, but not always. Okay, so what if we get this? What if we had, instead of a connection situation, a partially connecting situation? Okay, so I'm not sure about this either, but let's look at what is working. The main feature was that the O is no longer being terrible, and it looks fine next to itself now because it's circles. And so we're definitely now passing into the safe territory of we're sure that this is a font and not lettering, which was a goal. And I liked the way that the connections in this seemed randomly scattered, even though they were coming out of the same 6 letters consistently. And also, probably most importantly, the R and the S were now carefully negotiated so that they worked well following any letter that had an outgoing connection, and they worked well at the beginnings of words. But staring at the freestyle lettering sample again next to what I had, it seemed like maybe I overdid it. The ratio seemed off, like the disconnections probably shouldn't outnumber the connections so much. It didn't look like the references as much, and also it felt really awkward when you saw a word that had no connections at all. So it's time to redraw the connections back in. And this is looking pretty good to me. Still some issues to be worked out with the spacing. Wanted it smoother, less stabby. But this is where I could have stopped drawing for the most part, or I had done what I had set out to do, make a freestyle lettering script, inspired script that didn't need any alternates or ligatures to work. There's one problem now. That O that actually works, I didn't like it. Or more specifically, I didn't like the combination of an O right next to an R, which is, if your typeface doesn't look good in your own name, like what are you even doing? I consider bringing a ligature in there. I wasn't convinced by it because the thing was, when you had any remotely substantial chunk of text that had all of the normal O's and then maybe just one OR, OS ligature stuck in there, it was just so, it stuck out so much. It was so obvious that it was a ligature. It was so obvious that I cheated. And also looking at this now, maybe the plain O works too well. It is just circles, and it doesn't have any hint of stroke or direction like the rest of the alphabet has. And in a last flailing effort to rectify both that and the OR thing, I went back to the Tommy Thompson and found this one B. There was nothing else really like it, but I found that one B, and I was like, okay, what if we did this, which I'm calling Tweety Bird O's. It's got little eyelashes. As I feared, this did not do well in focus groups, and by focus groups I mean I showed it in a meeting and people were like, really? So I was lamenting to my senior designer Cyrus one day about my OR problem and how I tried all of these things to fix it, trying to find a compromise that would satisfy both my no alternates rule and my not making a sad looking font rule, you know, changing my name, etc. Several iterations in, working alone on this thing, I was really deep now into trying to meet this goal that I'd set for myself. And sometimes, I guess, you need someone on the outside to be like, dude, why? Like, just make a couple alternates. He didn't say dude. I don't think he says dude. But that's how I compromised on my compromise, and I made some alternates. So I came up with yet another kind of O with a closed loop now. I'm not really sure why that took me so long to come up with. It goes with the other stuff. And now we have a connecting script. It has contextual alternates for the R, S, X, and Z. So like 4. Deep breaths. The defaults, like on the second line, work well at the beginnings of words and after every letter. And the alternates, like on the first line, show up when they have to follow a B, O, W, or V, like in the name my parents gave me. So it's kind of hard to, come up with something that shows the progress of all of these relations at the same time. But here are some words. Let's look at them and how they evolved. The outgoing strokes of the P and the S usually like to try to relate to each other. The P looked really bad next to itself for a really long time. It was it would tend to get clogged up really easily, and yeah, trying to make it look not uncanny valley and yet not too mechanical. And the K also looked terrible next to itself forever. The open loops were also way too uncanny valley, and the closed loops were too narrow and also bad. And then this kind of hybrid of the open loop and the closed loop came to me in a dream, and I love it. And the B and the O and the V also wanted to relate to each other. They were too loud at the top. They looked awkward when there were 3 of them disconnecting in a row. Tweety, yeah, that doesn't work. and then closed loops to the rescue. The T went through a phase where it thought that it could be disconnected, which did actually, I thought, looked really good next to itself. I showed that to some coworkers one day, and they thought it was a ligature, which was like mission accomplished. When you make something that looks like a ligature, but it's not. And then it went almost 100% connecting again, humbly returned. And looking back at all of these versions, which I'm really glad that I kept, I can see how I would try something and realize it wouldn't work, and then leave it for a bit, long enough to forget why that thing didn't work and then try it again. Or else I would start one way and then think that I could do better, and then it turns out, no, the first way was closest. Like you can see the Z and the F at the most recent one at the bottom are most resemble the F and the Z at the top. And I suppose the answer to this might be to take more copious notes of my own work so that I can keep track. But it seems that so now that I've explored some of the challenges that it takes to making casual script lettering poses, making a font out of casual script lettering poses, I suppose the next thing might be to try to break down a mechanical, more formal script and see how that works. I think that'll definitely be easier, but I always think that. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. Thank you. The one question, how did you ever get started doing this? How did you think that you might be a type designer or start drawing letters?
I don't know, I have this defect where I don't have anything that tells me that I can't do something, even though I have no idea what I'm doing.
I think you know what you're doing.
Well,
All
I
right.
do now, but
And so you just drifted into it, or was there
Right,
a series of events that happened?
no, not really. I just, like I said, that style of lettering found me at this particular time, and it just for some reason clicked. I remember doing an assignment freshman year of college where we had to draw, it was like a 5-letter word and draw it as plainly as possible and as well spaced as possible. And at the time, I did not care. But now I would.
Huh.
And so it was just whenever that found me was the right time, I guess.
Great. All right.
You
with
seem
that
bewildered
happy
by that.
incident.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank
great.
you.
So thanks to this morning's very alert and succinct speakers. We're on time again. And we're going to break now for lunch until 3 p.m. See you back here.
Thank you.
Got
a working
how printed material of the message and the text and what we have to do. That's really important to me as a typographer, that I'm supporting what someone else has to say, whether it's personal work or commercial work. And
so come on up.
Bring it down. But not that had all of the normal O's and then maybe just one O-R, O-S ligature stuck in there. It was just so, it stuck out so much. It was so obvious that it was a ligature. It was so obvious that I cheated. And also looking at this now, maybe the plain O works too well. It is just circles and it doesn't have any hint of stroke or direction like the rest of the alphabet has. And in a last flailing effort to rectify both that and the OR thing, I went back to the Tommy Thompson and found this one B. There was nothing else really like it, but I found that one B, and I was like, okay, what if we did this, which I'm calling Tweety Bird O's. It's got little eyelashes. As I feared this did not do well in focus groups, and by focus groups I mean I showed it in a meeting and people were like, really? So I was lamenting to my senior designer Cyrus one day about my OR problem and how I tried all of these things to fix it, trying to find a compromise that would satisfy both my no alternates rule and my not making a sad looking font rule, you know, changing my name, etc. Several iterations in,
Someone just let me in, racing through my mind, pulsing through my heart, thinking this all might be a dream, caught in the storm, watching it fall, filling up all of my defenses, falling off the surface and diving in, falling on something that's clearing. Take a deep breath, I can know, racing through my mind because I'm lost, taking a right turn, losing my patience. You're taking it all. Talk to one thing, search for another, but I can't.
Mic
Should I just escape out of this?
wireless number 2.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. And then when I start, I just click the first one. Or I do it here.
Yeah, however you
Okay.
like. So these are working okay.
But I'll get a little
If
headset.
your headset fail,
Okay.
there's also analog.
Yeah. I kind of like that. Okay.
Cool.
Yes,
totally is. Just testing it. It's very professional.
Air traffic control.
May I?
Yes.
You know, wherever you can like. Oh, that's so
Okay. Hello. How are you?
This is your
Hello.
Okay.
So, you know, you can hear them, but hear you yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Testing. Testing. I think it's loud enough.
Yeah. So, we'll modulate it. Try not to eat the phone.
Right.
So we have a blind spot, which is kind of here. So if you feel like you want to walk away from the podium and leave your security blanket there, you can not all the way through. You'll still be able to see that.
Okay. Excellent.
I've noticed this too. I know, like you're turning around and I'm like, it's probably just habit though.
It's better not to look after seeing the color.
Exactly. I'm like, that's the one. So set him up. Gotcha. He's gonna set you up.
Hey Waldo, are we good on both podiums? Are we good on both podiums for the laptops?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you will put it on me.
Exactly. And Usher should find you, and then
What's up? Hey Mike. Oh, let me get
Sorry,
that
turn
for
on
you.
the turn on the right podium.
Okay. We're going to test
Mic number 2.
mic wireless number 2. Oh, you're here. We have 2, sir.
Oh, sorry, 3.
Mic number 3.
Go ahead.
Wireless 3.
3?
Hello.
Is that 2 and 3 or just 3?
No, just 3.
Hello. Yes, I can hear.
that login tripped me up the first time too. There is no
Okay.
password.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Right.
No, I don't have notes.
And you'd think that if there wasn't a password, it like wouldn't prompt you to. Oh wait, this is on.
Yeah. Okay. So not.
Yeah. Mhm.
But you want either of the cameras? On both cameras. There's going to be one in the middle.
the sound is playing from this computer because right now it's not.
I also need the sound output from laptop number 2.
Got it.
That should work. And can you test it again?
Good sound.
That was it.
Oh, that was it?
Okay.
Remember, on that computer,
Can
we're gonna
do
So this means just
something
leave
like this
everything.
also.
Yeah, leave it when you finish. So you're
That looks vaguely familiar.
Cool. Okay.
So,
As forças físicas, uma geometria pura, uma cor que determina a forma.
Okay.
Reminds me, I remember.
So,
when you say vaguely familiar, there was an artist that gave a talk.
do you put your computer to never sleep?
Since he had applicated so much of his work, he would have a slide with
to have the machines okay.
That's like, it was like installed in his gallery. The concept was not all the slides and books on the borders.
Oh, so I'm actually going to have. I need that for a minute before.
It was interesting, and then he would later.
He needed to do
write down what he said. And
I just need this for a minute.
Oh, you need a computer?
Yeah.
I can just leave this here.
I'm tested. It's 2 cables.
Very
It's
good.
2
I don't
cables.
wanna do this because what always happens is that I forget what page I'm on. And that's even worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool, that's great.
When he finish, can you give it back to him?
Yeah.
We'd like to leave it ready to go. All I have to do is put it on the podium.
Fantastic. And there's going to be some light here during the.
Yes, this light.
Okay, great.
Similar to
Let me take.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, I'm going to be in the back.
Okay, thank you. Do you have sounds?
Yes.
Video signal? Okay, let me go down there.
Wait, let's test this one here first.
If I have the authority to say this. Could we turn wireless 4 mic on? Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Is that me? Can you hear me? Yeah. That's all I hear? Hello, hello, hello. Excellent. Fabulous. Excellent. Okay. I mean, I'll probably talk louder. I try not to hear myself. Okay, great.
No.
So, what's her name? No, I mean, what's her name? A friend of mine was saying that some people were garbled.
I'm going to use that microphone or?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you use this one too, but it's really what you can be.
No, it's better this one.
If it's too close, it really sounds like you're talking from a loudspeaker or something.
And to move the slides, what do you think is best?
You probably want to use
And then also just whatever feels like comfortable.
Okay. And this will be strapped on me?
You can clip it or
Check 1, 2.
whatever's.
Test 1, 2. Check, check. See?
Is Shift and Command.
Okay.
Cool. We could take the mic off though.
It should work, but
Unless you want to wear it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to wear this for the next 2 hours.
I'm gonna put it on this.
Okay.
Testing over.
I can place under the.
Oh no,
show.
no, it's
Thank you.
Okay.
Definitely.
Are we done here?
Yeah, I think so.
See, check, check, check. Check, check. Yeah, the difference. This one comes on and it goes off. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Put it back. Check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. That's just the delays. So they were all down in here. Phenomenal. And then gonna go in. Check 1, 2.
Can we check it? Okay.
It's waiting.
Do we need to wait for that? Yeah.
I have that power. Is your second book coming out yet? Your second book.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's in the US it's already out, but
I haven't seen it.
okay, so I think it's coming because yeah.
Yeah, I just can't find clicker 1. I don't know if it like.
I have two people over there.
Hi.
I mean, theoretically,
I
just
think we
replace
have.
it with 3, but
I mean, I
I've seen you at least from afar at Kerning
Okay, yeah,
conference.
yeah.
Where was it?
It was 2 years ago. No, 3 years ago.
3 years ago, yes.
Yeah.
Can we test?
So we work together?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Great.
No worries. That was a nice conference.
Yeah, it was. And Faenza is a
So
wonderful
pretty.
city. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you go this
The food
last
and-
year?
No, actually no. This year no.
Yeah. No, but I didn't either, but last year.
Can we also test the mic on number 2?
It was very warm.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Mic number 1. 1.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Is it fine?
And you have sound, so you want to go to a slide.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check. No, it doesn't work. Maybe because.
I think output should be to the
Yeah. No, it's already on the headphones.
Can we make sure the sound? Water. We need the sound for number computer 1 computer. The sound. 1.
No. Yeah, we have, but it's.
Fantastic
Okay.
Let's try.
You look so good. Fantastic man.
Okay. So you're good to go. We just need to leave the computer here because you're the first one.
Yeah, I'm the first one.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
Okay.
need your computer for anything? Because we're just gonna.
No, we can leave it here.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah.
I guess you can keep the mic.
Okay. Do you need this one or can?
No, I don't. Just say battery. I'm just gonna put it in here.
Okay. Perfect.
Whenever you come up, I will give this.
Okay.
To you. So you're good.
Perfect.
Can you put your computer to never sleep?
No, yeah, but it's already.
Oh, it's already on now.
No, when the keynote is it's
Okay.
on.
It's never gonna go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. Now just are you ready to get that up?
Okay.
Put it. You can put it right here. Number 1. Slide it.
Yeah, but I can keep it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a PDF.
Oh.
I hope I haven't forgotten anything. I switched it to what is it? Do not disturb, so that notifications don't pop up.
Oh, you just turn up. Okay.
I don't know if there's anything else I have to remember.
Do you have sound?
I do not have sound.
Okay.
Maybe you can switch off the Wi-Fi.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Just do that.
Turn.
test, because towards the end there's an animation. I would like to make sure, just quickly make sure that it's
Okay, yeah.
that it's running. I have no sound, except the sound I make myself. I'm gonna do some tap dancing or something. Hold on, you're too fast.
Okay.
Here, okay, good.
So it works.
Yes.
So everything is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, please run through the whole set of slides. Okay?
Just did that in a very, very, very fast speed. Okay, and I can see it here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is all the same.
This is what people see.
Okay.
So that way we don't have to be like, you know, in the way of that.
Very good. Very good.
See, and I can see your face on the camera as well.
Oh,
Instead of the back of the. So we have three cameras.
Okay.
Okay? So my long shot is in the middle, open, and then we'll try to catch you podium with the camera. And if you walk to the middle, we will get you that camera for each shot.
Awesome. So I can basically walk wherever I want. Right?
Yes, no, but I would like not to stand in this column area.
Right.
There's some nice shots on cameras. And also on the lighting. I mean, we will try to follow you with lighting. If you would stay too long here, but if you're here, you would be very well lit. And if you were in the podium, you were very strong.
Okay. And the lighting is more or less as it will be now.
This one right now we're filming it.
Yep.
That's usually not there. It's just
Okay. We're not supposed to be. Okay. Yep.
It's good for us not to do that with light.
Let me know if you need it. Under all the hair, yeah.
Can we touch my number? Oh, sorry.
I don't actually know. No, it's great. Oh. Oh. Awesome.
Probably put this back on probably about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go, I'm gonna walk up here when the person is like just finishing up, like load up everything on my computer. So like by the time you get up here, everything is ready. You just start talking. You don't have to do anything.
And you have power for the laptop, right? I mean, I charged it at some
Yeah, I
point.
think I think it should be good. If not, we might just can we borrow your charger just in case? Yeah. But I think it should be good. Next.
No, I'm last. That's the thing. It's going to be sitting there for 2 hours or something. We can't plug it in while it's done.
We can.
I do have a charger.
Yeah, I was giving you a charger and then when it's done, and then one.
right. Well, we're in the last great stretch. And I know if you're like me, you just had a fantastic lunch. And if you don't watch out, you might fall asleep. So we have a great publication designer. What could be better than that in an afternoon conference? We have Francesco Franchi, who I had the pleasure of listening to in Washington last year. And here he came to New York. Thank you, Francesco.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay!
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me here in New York. My name is Francesco Franchi. I'm from Italy, and I work for this magazine. It's called Il Magazine, which is the supplement of an Italian financial and economical newspaper called Il Sole 24 Ore. And I've been the art director of this magazine since the beginning, so since 2008. I'm going to speak this afternoon about editorial design, about how we work, how we play with type inside the newsrooms. But I like to start with 2 key points. First of all, I think we are living a sort of golden age for magazines, because even if a few years ago we believed that print was dead, we did 2 covers alluding the survival of print, for example, a typographic one and an illustrated one. The typographic one is a quote from Mark Twain. Reports of my dad are greatly exaggerated. And we did these 2 cover story about magazine because we still believe in print, we still believe in magazine. And nowadays we are seeing magazine about different topics, about every human passion. For example, this is a magazine speaking about curves. Or we can see magazine about bikes or football. And our independent magazines are magazine that young designer, talented designer, young people, they started to publish by themselves. We can see also there is a new wave of erotic magazine, new erotic magazine. In the same time, we are seeing there is also a new retail model for magazines. So we can see new experiment like this cafe from The Guardian in London, or Monocle. Monocle did another experiment. In this kiosk you can buy different magazines from all over the world. There is a sort of menu with 2,500 newspaper coming from all over the world. So they printed the newspaper in real time for you in this shop. Or McCulture, for example, recently opened in London a newsstand. I believe in digital, but as I said before, I still believe in print, and I think that we have to think digital and print like the same thing. So what we need now is a sort of thinking digital like a great opportunity to develop new form of business, but we have also to requalify paper, because I think paper is a luxury. Because we all we like to own magazine, to feel the paper. So I think it's a good moment for a designer to work in this market. A few years ago, I wrote this book titled Designing News, and this book is a collection of, is a research, but it's also a collection of different case studies where the design and the designer, they played an important role inside the newsroom. So we have case studies from the Times, from Bloomberg Business Week, from the New York Times. We have also an important case studies about the role of typography inside newsrooms. I told you that design is important. Design is important because it's not just the latest step. It's not just related to aesthetic aspect, but design means organization, means organizing the content in the page, organizing the content across the different channels, means organizing also the workflow inside the newsroom. So using these 2 quotes, I can say that the designer work like an organizer and a planner with an aesthetic sense inside a newsroom. A few years ago, 8 years ago, we started to publish this magazine. This was the first issue with Obama in the cover. And when we started this magazine, we look at the historical panorama, historic Italian panorama. So from a magazine coming from 60s and 70s, like L'Europeo, L'Espresso, but also newspaper coming from that period. This is a front page designed by Pier Giorgio Maloni for Il Messaggero, which is a newspaper published in Rome. And we can see Pier Giorgio Maloni with Pasquale Prunas, they started a new graphic design project for this newspaper in Italy. But we took inspiration also from magazines coming from North Europe, like Town or Twen, that I think they were the most important editorial example in that period. So we try to keep the key aspect of the typography of that period, using the accent grotesque and mixing with the more contemporary newspaper designed by Christian Schwarz and Paul Barnes, called Pubblico. So we can see different layouts from the first edition of the magazine, so we can see how we mix the typography, how we were close to the winter side, so taking inspiration from that kind of references. And what we tried to do in Italy was to rethink a bit to the Italian editorial panorama, to think in two ways. First of all, about workflow, and in second times about new solution, visual solution, new languages. What about workflow? We create a small newsroom inside the huge one of the newspaper, and we were able to create a new form of working, mixing the journalistic department and the graphic design department. So we work very close, designer and journalist. So the content and the form, they work together. And we try to introduce this kind of approach. So this is a bottega rinascimentale. So this means we are all the infographic, all the illustration, all the things that I'm going to show you today, most of them we produce inside the newsroom. So we have 5, 6 graphic designer, and they work with illustration, with type, with different things. We try to renew the languages, so we try to introduce different visual solution, combining different languages, combining text with data, working with maps, illustration, and so we started publishing pages, double spread pages like this one. So these are attempts to tell stories using data, using illustration, using a non-linear way of reading. So this was about how much we spent in electronic devices and clothes in the world, or this is about the global retail theft, so the product more at risk in the stores in the world, or again, this is about honeybees and European proposals to stimulate beekeeping throughout Europe. So even when we use illustration, we try to give information. So this is the pollination process, for example, or this is a page where we can see the US presence in North Africa to limit the terrorist attacks. So we can see the drones, the airplanes they use, the area of interest, the different terrorist groups and their leader. And again, this was about the presidential elections in Egypt. So we introduced this sort of beardometer, and we try to locate the different candidates to the election and to show the more integralist or the less integralist, depending by the length of their birth. So this is more or less how we work. So we create a team to work on these pages, and composed by an information designer, a journalist, and an illustrator, and they alternate in a process that is more or less like this one, starting from the research, organizing the page, and then design and editing the text. So the first one is the most important part of the process. With the time, we try to merge form and content using this sort of infographic approach. So we can see we develop different sections, different pages. This is a sort of section for dummies. So we are explaining the finance, the wedding day, the toilet, for example, how a toilet works in different countries for dummies. Or this is about bikes. So we try to introduce infographics even in the cultural pages of the magazine. So we can see this is a story about the big travelers from the past. So we can see also the Beatles. We try to translate literary piece into bidimensional map. Like in this case, this is a story written by Borges. So we can see the real world, the narrative world, the world inside the narrative world, and the connection between people and characters and objects inside the story. Or we can see the Little Prince. We play a lot with type. This is a page telling the meaning of a word. So this is risk, and we try working with paper to represent the meaning of the word risk, for example. Or again, this is a word life in Italian. and we try to create this, this work working with plasticine. And after 3 years, we reinvent the magazine again. So this was the first issue of the redesign. And we move from the lifestyle to the news. So we move from the vintage side and we try to be more close to the content. We work a lot with the grid of the magazine. This is a grid system developed by Carl Gerster in 1962. And this is a grid composed by 58 units. And 58 is a special number that can be divided into 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 columns, always keeping 2 units between the columns. So working with the modularity of the grid and working with the type, so we always mix a serif typeface with a grotesque one. In this case, was the Tiempos and the Founders Grotesque designed by Chris Sowasby. And during the times, we changed these 2 main typefaces. So you can see now we are using the Burgess and the Bezis Grotesque. And I'm always asking to my editor-in-chief to buy new typefaces. So now I'm going to show different pages from the magazine where we use different typefaces. So starting from the cover, this was the previous cover of the magazine. We work together, we work very close with Christian Schwarz and Commercial Type. They designed the logo for us, so these are different proposals for the logo, and also the final one was based on the grid of the magazine. So we try to design a different kind of cover using infographics, using type, like in this case. This was a double special issue, playing with this flap. For example, this was about the new skyline of Milan, so we show the contrast between the old part of the city and the new one. This was a cover story where we say that the world is ungovernable, so we try to geolocate all the reasons why we believe the world was ungovernable. And again, these are other examples of cover where we play and we work with type. The beginning of the magazine, the front of the magazine, at the beginning we had a section very close to a newspaper, to the newspaper design, so we can see a few layouts was printed on a pink paper, in black and white pictures using a lot of maps, schemes, infographics, or photo reportage. So this line is, we have the section is printed on pink paper, and we have this line that change topic every issue. So we can see the Arab line, this was the ex-Spanish line about Spain, or this was about election in 2013. So we try to develop this line using illustration, using typography, using infographics. And these are other sections we have at the front of the magazine. This is called the Fogliettone, where we work a lot with illustration. All this work are made by Maria Corte, who is a Spanish illustrator. This was about Paris. This was a sort of philosophical manual to understand how to build the perfect bullshit, for example. Or this was about the curious aspects which identify Italians in the world. Or these are all sections we have at the front of the magazine. This was developed following the design style of the British tabloids. So we can see how we play with type, how we create always special section, always new layouts. This was a tabloid about justice in Italy, or this was the summer issue, or about tennis. And these are other pages coming from the front of the magazine. So you can see always different style, always work and play with type. This is a column where we are speaking about graphic design, and every column we choose one typeface to using the masthead of the column. The most important part of the magazine is the cover story, and now I'm going to show you different case studies, starting from this one where we play was about Italian design, and we play with type and illustration in this way. Or this was another issue about Italy, where we merged the photography, this photo shooting and infographic, and about different rankings showing the position of Italy in different topics. This was a cover story about US. We started from that cover that was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. represent the parade of the 4th of July in the 5th Avenue of New York. So we can see the 5th Avenue, the flags outside of the building. So starting from this layer, we create, thanks to a flap, to a supplement that we have, we create a cover with different layers. So inside we explain how the states got their actual shape, or this was about a new government in Italy. We believe a new government made by engineer, architects, designer. So we take inspiration from Il Politecnico, was an old newspaper we had in Italy, and we work with this handwritten typeface to show different design design schemes. Or this was about cyber life, so we work together with Maria Corte, so we can see different ideas, different proposals. This was about cyber sex. Or this is this was a cover story about tourism on space with Elon Musk. So we always try to introduce a double spread pages about an infographic double spread pages, like in this case. Or this was a cover story we did about Bill de Blasio. Actually, this was the initial idea we had, and even if we try to write a short disclaimer, our lawyers they avoid us to go on with this cover, so we have to change the cover. While inside we develop different sections using this kind of letterings, showing how Italian people and all the places linked to Italy in New York. Or again, other idea of cover story, this was about the multinational food companies, and this was about flavors, the different flavors. So we try to explain in this way how this multinational company, how they produce these flavors for food. So, for example, the cheese flavors is produced isolating molecules coming from these kind of fruits and vegetables. We work together also with Jessica Ish, for example, for this cover, and I saw that when we design a cover, it's also important to design a cover that works on a social network. For example, my editor-in-chief, before to approve a cover, is always looking at it on his iPhone. So we try to promote every time the new issue throughout the social network, and we develop teaser like this one to present the magazine. And again, other cover story where we work a lot with type. This was about Tony Blair, the third way. So this idea with text coming from Tony Blair, Bill Clinton, Matteo Renzi, and Manuel Valls. This was the teaser we developed for this cover story. This was another cover story about the new World Trade Center. Or again, playing with type. This was a summer issue. So we can see we play with this GT haptic typeface and the Rotalic version. Or this was one of the latest issue we published, was about US gain. We worked together with Andrea Ventura, who is an Italian illustrator based in Berlin, and we illustrate different portraits of American people. We printed 4 different covers, and we also produce a special edition printed on canvas, so we can see all the portraits we illustrate, and other pages from the inside. And very quickly, other ideas, and this was about Rome, and again, we try to represent the hipster side of Rome with this small guide, or this was about Russia and Putin. And in every cover story, we develop infographic pages, like this one, for example, or this was one of the latest cover story about Brexit. And we try to illustrate all the reason why we love UK. And very quickly, I can show you other pages and other style, other ideas, and how we work always with type in the other part of the magazine. Sometimes we develop comics to tell stories. Sometimes we play with illustration and type, like in this case. Or this was a story written by Paul Berman about evil. So we create this sort of monster which destroyed the column of text. Or this was an infographic section about new construction, building roads, railways, and again infographics. Again, other section. This was about the school reform in Italy, or the jobs reform, or the music. So you can see every time we try to reinvent the magazine, every time we try to introduce new visual languages. Like in this case, we work together with the tattooer in Italy, or other section of the magazine. And these are all the section related to lifestyle, or an interview, or working together with Emiliano Ponzi. And this is about design in Italy, or this is about basket, or this is a special section we developed to explain to our Italian readers how is an hipster, what is an hipster. Or this is the sex issue we developed together with Malika Favre, with infographics again. And we're going very close to the end of this presentation. The latest part of the magazine is called Rane, which means frogs in Italian. Rane took inspiration from the Futurist magazine, as we can see, for example, La Cerba. We work again very close with Christian Schwarz and Commercial Type to develop the masthead of this section. And this section is completely infographic, typographic, and illustrated. So we can see it's printed on a green paper. And we introduce these typefaces, the graphic condensed. And we also develop a sort of alphabet with different frogs doing different things that are related to the different pieces of this section. So we use frogs inside infographic, inside headlines. We illustrate huge frogs as well. For example, this was a written piece about languages. So we try to illustrate the sound of frogs in the different languages, and different frogs coming from different parts of the world. Or we work a lot with, as I said, with infographics again, scientific page, or working with this literary network and type. So the idea was always to develop a sort of poster. So every double spread page has to be like a poster. We work also together with Raymond Biesinger to develop a special section of Rane. So it was around 60 pages with different written stories, long stories, fiction stories. And Biesinger illustrated the whole history of futurism. So the cult of war, the cult of machine, the cult of the war, the cult of the industrial area, the speed, for example. And this is a new section, completely typographic section, at the back of the magazine we are publishing since the beginning of this year, and it's called Explicit. Unfortunately, most of the pages and the work I show you is in Italian, so I think it's really hard for you to understand. But fortunately, we published a book that is going to be releasing in US in a few weeks. And this is the whole story of the magazine. So it's divided into different chapters. Every chapter is a section of the magazine. We are speaking about the infographics, for example. So we translated all the content of these pages for a more international audience. Before to close, I'd like to show you our new website. So we launched the website at the beginning of this year, and this is a short movie, a short video which explains the project of the website. So we design the website inside in the newsroom, and we try to stay very close to the content and to the idea of the magazine. So I'd like to say thank you for listening, and again for inviting me in New York. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Well, you said, Francesco, that we are in the golden age of magazines, whereas I think many people in the United States and maybe elsewhere in Western Europe might think not so much. And so why do you say that in particular? What is the business model that will work for magazines?
For example, we introduced a new idea of model, for example, because at the magazine now we are the newsroom of the magazine, but at the same time we create a sort of design studio inside the magazine. So it's a sort of branded content journalist, branded content studio, and so the revenues are coming from the magazine, from the advertising, but they are also coming from the other work that we are developing. So our magazine for important brands in Italy, for Audi, for Vodafone, for banks. So this is a sort of new form of idea, new form. So revenues are coming also from this side. Yeah, narrative advertising and narrative journalism and branded journalism.
Wow.
And so.
Can you believe he knows about this stuff? That's fantastic. It is great to hear an answer that makes sense about this topic. Since we're starting a new magazine for Typographics, it's good to hear that there's still life in the old medium.
Yeah, I think that the old media they have to think like brand. For example, if you look at the ideas that are coming from the Guardian, so to develop shops, to develop. So I think, but I also think that we have to stay very close to the content. So I think the formula is an old formula. So newspaper, they have to invest in content, and I think that is a good period for a design because thanks to a pencil, we are able to translate this idea in a visual form.
Excellent.
So very close to the journalistic
So no
side.
Il Sole shampoo.
No.
All right, wonderful, and thank you for coming. It was
Thank
great.
you. Thank you.
Now, thank you. Now we have Lin Yun, I think, is coming up, who knows all about Cooper and is going to give us a quick spotlight.
Hi.
Oh, help her with that. He must have been a taller speaker before.
I'm like a short person, sorry.
Thank you.
So hi, I'm Lynn. I'm a board member at Society of Scribes. It's a calligraphy society here in New York City. And I have a really funny story to tell you about one of our founding members, Alice. She's an amazing calligrapher. She's 88. She has done amazing work. And one day she wanted to get in contact with some of the younger members of the board. So she called up Chi, one of our presidents, and she said she would send Chi a prepaid envelope so she could then get it, write down all the phone numbers, and then mail it back to her. It was great. And then a little while after, I worked with Alice to make these gold-foiled cards. You guys should have it in your goodie bags. And I called up Alice to let her know that the cards were out, and she, of course, sent me a beautifully written envelope to send her some cards. And this is Alice, so I wanted to keep this envelope. I didn't want to give it back to her. So I kept it, and I sent all these cards back to her in a UPS envelope. And of course, it's just a UPS form, right? So I just wrote it down, sent it back to her. And the next day, I get a phone call from Alice. And she's like, Lynn, I'm concerned. I was like, oh, why is that, Alice? Why are you concerned? And she's like, well, I hate to say this, but I think your head must be in the clouds. Your T's are crossed too high, and your I's are dotted way too high. So I'm a little concerned. So I don't send her UPS envelopes anymore. I took a lesson from that story. She's going to have a book out soon by Jerry Kelly. It's going to be on Kickstarter, just like the Herman Zoff notebooks. So you should check it out. I think it should come on maybe like later this month. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Gabriella Wilson. Please welcome Gabriella.
Thank you. Okay. Hello. Thank you all for coming and not running off to the beach. I can't see any of you. This is incredible. So I'm just going to start. I'm going to talk to you about how I choose typefaces for all of my different projects, and start off talking to you about where I got started at Alfred A. Knopf. This gentleman on the left is Alfred A. Knopf, and on the right is W.A. Dwiggins, who you're probably all familiar with. Alfred A. Knopf started Knopf Books in 1915, and he and his wife Blanche had a fabulous Borzoi dog, and this became the logo of the company. And Dwiggins was the man who started drawing these. And I start by talking about Knopf because I worked there for 8 years when I started out in my career, and it was really an incredible formative place for typography. Alfred A. Knopf was very interested in design and making sure that all of his books looked beautiful as well as having incredible content. They have many, many Nobel and Pulitzer Prize writers at Knopf. So this isn't Blanche Knopf, the wife, but this is a lovely Borzoi dog, and Dwiggins started by drawing all these gorgeous Borzois because the Knopfs had a Borzoi dog, and they decided to turn it into the logo. So one of the most incredible things I think at Knopf that sets it apart from other publishers is the logo is a different version of the Borzoi dog. And if you work there, you're kind of under a little pressure to come up with a Borzoi dog. I'm afraid I never did. But if you look through, you've got Chip Kidd, you've got Jonathan Heffler, Dwiggins, Paul Rand, Alvin Lustig. All of these wonderful designers have designed a dog at one point. And here's an example where you can see a dog used on a spine. And once you've designed the cover, it's always kind of fun because no one's looking at it anymore. The editor, the marketing, the author, all the different departments have to approve a cover. They've kind of seen the cover, and you can do whatever you want with the spine, and also pick the Borzoi that you want, which is really fun. So a little more work of, this is very dark, of Dwiggins. He also designed Electra, Metro, Caledonia, among others. And he really did beautiful hand lettering and gorgeous title pages and spines. And really, he set the tone for the designs at Knopf. And one of my favorite covers done by Paul Rand for Knopf is this Goodbye Columbus. And if you haven't read it, it's sort of coming-of-age story. And there's this wonderful gesture, which I think is continuously contemporary and timeless, of the lipstick on the cover. This could be done now. And early on in the Knopf days, hand lettering and illustration was very prominent. And it wasn't until later in the 70s that a lot of photography came in. And these are some other covers from my very old collection. You can see that Lustig and Paul Rand, these beautiful gestures in type and illustration. And now moving forward, I just wanted to talk about some of my projects, and I won't bore you with all of the storylines for all of them. But this one is called Perfume by Patrick Susskind. Maybe some of you have seen the movie or read the book, but it's an incredible, wild, weird, dark story. And this is the first paperback I ever worked on, so I was incredibly nervous and excited. And it was for Vintage Books. And first, the way I approached this problem was the story began in, I think it's in 1890-something, when typography is really, their beautiful uses of mixing, breaking all the rules, mixing serif and sans serif and scripts, and there's so much to work with. And really, when I start a project, I start with the typography. First, I read the book, then I research it, then I think about it for a while, I walk around, I procrastinate, and then I head right to the typography because I think it's a wonderful starting place for finding the personality and the mood of the story. And in this case, this strange monster boy named Grenouille grows up in late 1800s France and in Paris. And he has this incredibly keen sense of smell, and to the point where he can smell how much money is in your pocket. And he goes on to bottle the ultimate scent because he's been able to bottle every single scent. And he decides he needs to find a virgin girl and bottle it. How gross. But so anyhow, moving on, I looked at a lot of old type books. I collect a lot of type specimen books. It's hard to find them these days, so unfortunately, a lot of that's lost when you're not looking through books and you're looking on the internet. But you can find wonderful type specimen books that will inspire. I started by thinking about Grenouille, and again, there's no type on this cover, per Stephen. And I stumbled across this Erwin von Dessauer photo, and I thought this man had this wonderful, arrogant quality to his face, which was really the way this character was. And I thought, well, if I just take out the background and focus in on that wonderful nose, because he has this great sense of smell, and from there, I created this cover. And again, this is the first paperback I ever did, so I look at it now and I cringe a bit. But I took out the background to kind of create this dark, mysterious sense. And then I used that research of perfume bottles to come up with a Bickham script, I think it was paired with Palace script, and then Clarendon and another slab. I mean, breaking all the rules there, but trying to be true to that time period, which was a great guide for that. So moving forward, some other covers here, which, this seems like a very obvious solution once it has become a book. This is playing off of the ingredients on the cereal box, for example. And really, this is a book about health and about changing your diet, eating a lot of seeds. And I just threw a bunch of seeds on the cover, and there it is. And in this case, it seems a little bit like, oh, you're pulling from the grammar of that, how easy. But sometimes the best ideas are the clearest and the most obvious because you only have 5 seconds in a bookstore to grab the attention of a viewer. So you want them to get it very quickly. This is a book I worked on for Chef Dan Barber. He has a restaurant called Blue Hill and Blue Hill Stone Barns. And he also does a lot of writing about food and sustainability. There he is on the far right. And what I did, his book is called The Third Plate. And what he meant by that, or so I thought, was this third plate is actually the soil, the growth, the sustainability, where he grows his corn, his carrots, his meat, everything under one farm at Blue Hill. And there's something really incredible about that. He also talks about his travels around Europe and around the world where he studied the way people farmed sustainably. And the only answer in my head was, well, this has to be, the third plate is soil. It has to be dirt. And we actually got that dirt from his farm, and I put it on the scanner, and then these guys were sort of photoshopped in. And then I tried to find a typeface that held up in the soil and was also elegant and somewhat literary, and that's Archer, paired with Verlag, I believe. And in the beginning, I had a lot of soil on the type. I thought it was more interesting when it was sort of hiding under there. But the publisher said, no, he's going to be offended. And then Dan actually said, put more soil on there. So you never know what the author's going to think. Moving forward, some examples of playing around with, I'd like to make a lot of things by hand, tear them up, Xerox them, crumple them, and then rescan them. I don't do those things in Photoshop because I find it really satisfying to work dimensionally as much as possible. And that's 176 print. It's sort of a strange kind of faux antiqued typeface, but it felt appropriate for this book. This is a book that a story takes place in Afghanistan. And I wanted to use a typeface that kind of had a little bit of a sense of that culture and a little bit of the sharp edges in the letters. And that's Al Parma, Petite. And in this case, this is a book about this family that had to hide their literature from the Taliban, so they nailed all of their books to the ceiling. And once I had created that image, I thought this just needs a very elegant, simple typeface to kind of hold it up, use it almost like a podium to hold the image. And here's just kind of a little back research. It's really hard to find rusty nails in New York City. It's really strange. I had to actually put salt on them and water and put them out on my fire escape in the sun until they rusted. It was incredible. You'd think it was the easiest thing to find in the city, but no. And then I had a lot of books that I hammered and left them out on the street. People probably thought I'm psycho lived there. So moving on, in this story, I won't go into the whole thing, but it's a very ghostly novel, really eerie, beautiful in China. I wanted to sort of merge that feeling into the typography, and that's something I think is important, that there's a sense of connection between the art and the type, and you feel that they're relating. Even if the art is really taking over or bigger, you create some contrast, like small type, big image, big type, small image. And in this case, I wanted to reflect the image in the type. So, sprayed a little water, a little ink on the actual typeface. It's a trick that I've used way too many times. So now you know. and this Lolita, I wanted to take this from the male perspective. And this is the handwriting of Peter Buchanan Smith of Best Made Axes. And he was in my building at the time, and I said, can you write Lolita again and again? And I wanted to have that kind of, I won't do this again thing. And that pen is actually a Mont Blanc pen. It's the actual pen that was used in the book. And I found it at the Fountain Pen Hospital in New York City. If any of you are interested in things like pens, you must go to the Fountain Pen Hospital. It's amazing. And they actually rented it to me. So I think it's really important to be accurate, with the design, especially with cover design, and really understand the history, understand the characters, understand where things happened. It makes the design so much easier. And everybody always asks me, do you read the books that you design? And I try to read as much as I can. It's hard with a lot of projects, but the minute I don't and I just skim the tip sheet, it's a disaster. And it's worth putting I find it's worth putting the effort in at the beginning before you start, because the design goes so fast then. That's my little secret. This is a 24-hour book cover. They asked a bunch of designers. They gave them a brief. They said, do a design, have it for us tomorrow morning. And I had a lot of fun breaking all the type rules. I'm sure that everyone is cringing in this room. But it's just a combination of fun typefaces that I found that were inspired by this woman's journey on Route 66, doing a lot of pole dancing along the way, apparently. And so this was a really fun job, because I didn't have to worry too much about not using more than 3 typefaces. Moving forward, I didn't do this cover. This is a cover, often repackaged covers. I'll be given a hardcover or a paperback and asked to create a new cover for it. This was the 10th anniversary of The Book Thief recently, and if any of you have read it, it's a very beautiful story that takes place in Nazi Germany and World War II. And the current cover, I don't think it's working so well. What do you think? I don't know. So I decided to move away from this, and without telling you the whole long story, I wanted the type to feel classic and literary, but also to have a sense of book burning and to have a sense of a ghostly quality, a little bit of fear in there as well. And how I did this is this is Miller, I believe, or Chronicle. Ooh. And I added a little water and ink, and I created this kind of experimental thing here. And often I find just working by hand in that way is really satisfying to create these spontaneous nuances that I can't do on the computer, and more type trials to get there. And this is a friend did. This is a young girl is the main character. And then finally, they wanted a girl. This is always the case on the cover. And I burned that with an actual match and on the paper. And it didn't feel quite right yet. And there were many, many versions I'll spare you of. And then I decided to focus more on what was actually in the book and the book that the girl is reading. And she's learning how to write and read from this young Jewish boy that the family's taken in their secret basement. And I literally just created exactly what she was doing in the story with a lot of whiteout and a lot of paint and using the black letter type that I imagined she was reading in this special book. And that's how the final cover turned out. So it was very uncommercial for an anniversary edition for a bestseller, which I was kind of excited about. Again, this is taking that same time period, using that black letter is William Kingsport Gottish, which is a crazy name, combining it with Georgia Sand, I believe, and I did a lot of Xeroxing, crumpling it up, and then rescanning it, and then doing a little more playing with matches to create this kind of wartime feel. Sometimes you get projects where you're asked to work with an author who is in the spiritual category, and in this case, they said, you know, we really want to get him out of this category, and so no rainbows, no unicorns, no sunrises, sunsets. I was really happy about that. So I went completely away from this and just focused solely on typography and used, I think this was Chronicle display, and then I wove this illustration through the letters in and out just to kind of evoke the feeling of the writing and kind of give them a classic departure from this situation here. Right? So moving on. This happens all the time, and I've spared you of many of those. Sometimes I think all you need is a very simple classic type treatment with a subject like this. I didn't want to have any asses or pole dances or whatever. It's E. E. Cummings after all, and this should be presented as in the literary canon. And so I used a simple treatment, and actually, interestingly, the estate uses E. E. Cummings with caps, which I was really surprised about. So, and then I used a book that I scanned, and that's the gutter, to kind of create the sense of things. So moving forward, this was a book I worked on, strange story about this pianist living in Ohio or something, obsessed with the war, was a teacher also, pinned clippings on his wall whenever he got home, and that's sort of what he did all the time. And I'm giving a really brief synopsis here. But this was one of my first directions. I kept thinking, well, everything has to be pinned on the cover, and it just didn't feel quite right for the book. It was sort of an odd storyline. And so I ended up thinking, what if it's just a piano key? The middle C is the mediocre middle ground, the even key, and it kind of feels like this man, the same personality. So I ended up looking around, asking friends who played piano, hey, do you have an extra C key lying around? No. I can give you my whole piano, and all stock photos of piano are really cheesy. So I ended up calling Steinway & Sons in Queens, and I said, is there any chance you have a lone C key? And amazingly, the guy said, I'll see what I can do. He thought it was crazy. And they sent me a very long key like one of these, and I thought, okay, now what am I going to do with this? It looked really awkward. So I ended up sending it back to him. Well, he said, I can cut it for you. And I said, well, while you're at it, can you add a C-sharp key? Because it looked a little lonely on its own. And so what I ended up with is sort of playing around with this concept. I got the key, it was cut with the C-sharp, and I put it on a giant Pantone swatch, and it became this jacket. And it has very simple type, very, A.T. Sackers, Roman, and it felt like the appropriate type treatment for this big grand image that I wanted to personify as the character. And if you look at some designers like John Gall, for example, he has gorgeous collages and sometimes really stunning, loud artwork, and he always pairs it with a very simple type treatment. It's almost like a support for the image. And I think it's important not to always have large type, large image, to play on that contrast. Another case where I actually built this thing and painted it and then put the type in. Again, a case where this is a very chilly novel. A lot of scenes take place in the snow. Strange things happen in relationships. They're all kind of living in these weird bubbles. And I kept thinking of a snow globe for the concept. And of course, I had the type shaking, as it should be, inside, and the publisher said, no, make it straight. So you never know when you see a cover out there if it's really what the designer intended. Another treatment where I tried it, I'm really attracted to things that have sort of a trompe-l'oeil effect and they have a dimension to them. And in this case, again, I felt like the image was strong and represented, in this case, this sexy author, sexy book that all these publishing houses wanted to publish. And so it's this red book, and it's unveiling the type, the muse, which is actually the book itself. Sort of playing with cutting up type to show fragments. Moving forward, this is a journal that I work on. They have absolutely no budget. So I chose a very simple type treatment. This is interstate. And it's been a DIY operation for every single cover. I've shot them all on the Pantone chips, just like the piano key. They're really helpful. And this is a case where I made an error. You know, it was a mistake. I thought, ooh, some of them can have white, transparent boxes, but then moving forward, none of them worked with white transparent boxes, and then you're kind of screwed. So really, when you're working on a series, you need to really think through all of those details in advance. Again, it's very dark. Simple type. This is China, Mao's China, a seamstress, a beautiful story. I used Bell Gothic combined with sort of a weird thread-like script. I don't even remember the name. I'm too embarrassed to say what it would be anyhow. and it kind of, I wanted to combine the two typefaces to show the character, the seamstress, the young girl, but also have something a little stronger in the other type. Large type, kind of melding with the art. Again, a beautiful Victor Schrager image, combining it with a beautiful Heffler typeface. I hope I haven't abused it, Tobias, if you're here. Grayson, actually this is print 1760 or something again, and using it to kind of create a fable, a tale for this book, which it really needed to feel like sort of a cross between a children's and an author's book. Again, large, simple type. The most wonderful thing is to have 3 letters with the face coming through. And again, a 3-letter title. Don't even ask me what this is about. It's been a while. But, you know, sometimes when you have 3 letters and you have a word like moo, it should be huge and round. But, you know, it'd have to be vertical. So this is what I ended up going with, a more condensed treatment. A book I worked on for the Cooper Hewitt about the history of tools. It was really fun to use this sort of tactile cardboard jacket. And I found this amazing typeface called Regular. And Regular, it's A2 Foundry. And I love, number one, that it's a book about the history of tools, and it's called Regular. Just seems like it should be that way. And it has all these wonderful weights, nice numbers as well. And so it was a real workhorse for this book. I was able to use a lot of weights, have thins and thicks. And when you're dealing with an interior, you really want to have a book with a lot of weights. Moving through a few spreads, and so forth. Moving along, this is a brand that started in 1927, and they were the original slingback and peep-toe shoe. So they were actually a very forward-thinking brand started by 2 designers, Daniel Palter and Vincent DeLizzo, 2 different men. And my job was to basically rebrand this company, but be very, very focused on the actual heritage of it and not lose that beautiful sense of packaging that they had back in the 20s and 30s. And this is something I think about a lot in many of my projects, because often I am kind of trying to evolve the sense of nostalgia, but I don't want to deal with, you know, the lumberjack, beard trimming, you know, all those things that are constantly happening, especially in Brooklyn. Everything looks old-fashioned and antique. I can't take it anymore. But on the other hand, you've got to be true to the heritage and the history. And really, that scavenger hunt of learning about the history is so helpful when you're looking for answers. And my dad once said to me, he said, if you don't have the answers, you need more information. And I think it's the case with design as well, with research, and also even, you know, type. So Pelter de Liso, moving forward, this is just some of their gorgeous branding from the 30s, 40s, 50s. They were working with really incredible illustrators and photographers, and then the 70s happened. And this is when they kind of fell out of the market, and I don't know what happened there, but I think Daniel and Vincent had died, and somebody else had taken it over, and then the brand fell over. And these two, this couple in LA contacted me, and they said, we want you to help us bring this company alive. We bought the trademark for something like $10, and we want to bring Pelter Liso back. All we have are these random specimens and shoe boxes and ads. Can you reinvent this? But they wanted to stay really close to this particular logo. So I went and looked through a lot of the old work, and the scepter was a very important aspect to the two names. One thing that was kind of cool is Pelter and de Liso are slightly different in the type treatments. Pelter is a sans serif, de Liso a serif. These were typefaces that I found online that looked somewhat similar to this. This is what I was basing everything off of. So they weren't quite right, though. They were too normal. They needed to be redrawn to have more character. So it began, the redrawing, and the one paying attention to this smaller E was sort of an interesting aspect of the type. And in all these different iterations, things got thicker and thinner. The L lost its little tail there, then it became flat, then it changed. And then this was moving forward with vectorizing, and then adding in the scepter into the center, which was kind of a fun thing to try to work out. And I worked with an illustrator to do this. And that was the final logo in the end, paired with engravers. And now, one thing that was fun is when you look at it quickly at first, it's time. Okay, moving forward. So these are actually all the type family applied to the shoes. Moving through really fast here. I'm getting the finish sign. Really, really exciting to see how working with, this is Biscotti script, another probably horrifying to most of the typographers here. Biscotti script to give it a little flair, reshooting everything in the TWA terminal as it was done back in the 30s, and some sassy photographs to play up that original peep-toe slingback edge, and creating the website with those three main typefaces, the store, and the logo on there. And unfortunately, it looks like I don't have time to go through the Phoenicia Diner, do I? 2 minutes? I'll race through. Phoenicia Diner, really, really crappy looking diner. I redid the logo, everything, and really had to appeal to locals, and it had to appeal to people coming up in their zip car for the weekend. Starting out, wanted to create that fun 70s, going out on the road trip. The guys looked like robbers, so we took them out. Then, try to get as much on the roof as possible, playing around with the type. Cubano, again, going to the Xerox machine. And finally, the logo. And then, oops, I'm getting stopped. Oh no. Then moving towards the menu was really fun to play off of the 60s diner menu, which is under everyone's plate, but also play up on come for the mountains, stay for the food, and moving through quickly. The kids menu, recreation and type, the terrible picture there. This got really expensive, so we just reduced it to diner. These are created out of wood, and at night it really looks like neon lighting, but they're wood with side paneling, and the diner in place. And I did all of the interior too with my architect friends, which was really fun. Thank you so much. And
thank you,
Sorry.
Gabriella. Thank you so much. No, it's great. Very speedy. Here, come closer. I have one question I've been wondering. You spent a good part of your career at Knopf, one of the most important probably, and like one of the most redefining publishers as far as design is concerned, going back as far as the kind of the Dwiggins era. Having been, sort of your career is much wider at this point, and the projects kind of tell. And you still do books, but like, what's your perspective on contemporary books and contemporary book jackets in terms of typography? What's your sense of what's going on?
Yeah,
there?
that's really interesting. What's my sense of what's going on with book covers and interiors? I think there's some incredible things happening, especially in this country, actually. And one funny thing is, I was talking to an art director, and she said, "Oh, all my designers do everything by hand now, and everything's illustrated by them, and it's amazing to see everyone's creating their own artwork rather than going to stock photo." But she was like, "I wish there were more diversity. It's gone kind of backward again to that nostalgic thing. So there's something retro happening as well, and I'm curious if that will change again and move more into photography. At Knopf particularly, but I think amazingly there was such a scare that book jackets would die, and everything was going to ebooks. And on the subway, you rarely see books, which is very sad. You don't know if anyone's reading what you worked on. But I do think it hasn't changed that. Actually, the hardcover has become like the Cadillac of books, and it's a special gift book item, and I think people just love the smell of paper, and they love to have a book on the beach. It's impossible to read ebooks. So I don't feel like print is dead at all in terms of publishing.
Yeah.
And I mean, Random Penguin is thriving. The two publishers are together. It's incredible, you know.
It also seems like there's more smaller publishers who are focusing on really kind of like really serious and interesting typography.
Very much so, more than ever, which is pretty fascinating. So I think now there's not this, the digital world. It's everyone's embracing it all. I think it's really exciting.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just a quick reminder, if you have questions for any of our speakers, please use the hashtag TypographicsQA.
Very good. Okay, moving into the final stretch, we have the great Jacob Trollback.
Hello there. Oh Lord, that was two fantastic presentations. I'm in a hurry, I realize, because when I put all of my pieces together, they're very kind of long because they run with time. So I'm going to jump into this right away. And here's a very old Universal Pictures logo. This thing looks like it never made it out, but this was actually the this was the logotype, and here's how it was animated. This is early animation. And you can kind of read it at the end. Then 1929, they built a new world, and I think the production value was a little bit higher. But it's far from interesting. So this logotype obviously was what set this whole thing off, and this came out of it. So at the time I had a club in New York. I was a DJ, and I was making flyers, and I bought a Mac, and I started to do different things, and I bought books and figured out, and I named my little company Par Avion, and very reminiscent of those Universal things. And with that, I created my own version of this logotype, which was two airplanes spinning around the planet. And I went to New York because in 1991 there was a conference that Monotype put on, and there I saw Roger Black speak, and I was very impressed, and I realized that I'm going to move here. So I packed up all of my stuff, sold my vinyl collection, and came here. Actually, there's a footnote with the visit here, and that is that at the day after the conference, me and my girlfriend went to a restaurant, and there was Roger Black sitting, and I was really struck. And finally, I walked over to him and I gave him a card. So just so you know, if you give Roger a card, he might invite you to a conference 25 years later. So I came to New York and I got a job at a company called R. Greenberg Associates, a guy that I think you are familiar with, Kyle Cooper, hired me, and the thing was that they had never designed on computers. So this is the first piece that we did there. So this was for the TED conference in 1992, and we just cut up pieces of type and slid them around. This became the beginning of sort of a whole series of type explorations that happened. The year after that, I created this piece, and this was definitely a very early Mac animation. I'm going to skip TED 5 because I couldn't find a good enough quality to show you. In 1996, I met Muriel Cooper from MIT, and she was working with information design. And this is a project that she did with Lisa Strausfeld, and I got really fascinated about how to get this aspect into typography and how to use that to communicate information. I was also a huge Star Trek fan, and I loved the Borg. So there was something in the information landscape and the Borg. So out of that came the opening for TED 6. I needed information to animate with, so this is the first time that all of the speakers were featured in the animation. Well, the quality is obviously pretty poor because it's old, but everything was kind of pixelated back then. And so I was always wondering what we could use with the artifacts. And I was thinking, can maybe the type become pixels? So that's was the idea behind TED 7. I really didn't want to dissolve to the logotype at the end. I just loved the shimmering type, but Bob and Richard Solwerman, they wanted it to be big. It was also a very crappy logotype in that bold Futura thing. Um, remember this guy. So what had fascinated me about this was to create volume for type and see how we could just make things flying around in space. And when the opportunity to work with TED 8 came, we did this piece. So in 1996, I got an offer to do film titles for a Sidney Lumet movie. It's called Night Falls on Manhattan. And the winning board was very nice. I'm just showing a few frames here. There was watercolor being drawn on. You don't know what it is, you don't know what it is, and finally, oh, that's Manhattan with the Twin Towers. But sometimes you know, for most of the times you know very well after a while which idea is the best idea. In this case, I had another idea that I loved because I'd been looking so much at New York and at night, and I wanted to see if we could do something with that. So one of the other boards were just all of the names were in a vertical pattern, and then they sort of dissolved out, blurred out, and you kept building with the names. So you had, you know, at the end of when the tides were gone, you had just built the whole skyline. They didn't pick that idea, but some ideas are good to keep. So when the TED people wanted to do a conference in New York, I said, this is when we can do it. So this was a mad rush. I did this in 3 days without any sleep. So there's a little bit that's weird. And there's also an edit in the middle of it because it was too long. But here it is. It was really ridiculously fast because I had to get up to the IMAX theater in Lincoln Square when the animation was over, and I wanted to start in Brooklyn Bridge, so it was a lot of flying going on there. So I'm going to show, just as a little interstitial, what I think is the best film title sequence probably that has ever been done, and it's by Pablo Ferro, and it's not Dr. Strangelove. I was not going to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. I was just going to say, so I wanted to do more stuff like this. So I started my own company with some friends, and that was Trollbeck and Company. And I'm going to show some type-related work that we've done, and starting with a piece for HBO.
Call out the instigators because there's something in the air. We've got to get together sooner or later because the revolution is here, and you know it's right. Hand out the arms and ammo. We're gonna blast our way through here. We've got to get together sooner or later because the revolution's here, and you know it's right. And you know that it's right. We have got to get it together. We have got to get it together. We have got to get it together. This is a revolution. All out
So we had worked a lot with the TED conferences, and then I get to know the people at the PopTech conference in Maine, and October, beautiful. Maine is beautiful in October, and there is a 3-day conference that is kind of like TED, but more interesting because it's a little not so pretentious. So they had a conference that theme that was scarcity and abundance. And so we went to work on that. And on the opposite spectrum, then, I'm going to stop talking because otherwise I'm not going to finish within my 10 minutes. Here's a piece we did for AICP that is sort of just the littlest that you can do, I think, with type and motion. It's very little. I'm going to skip the next one. That one. Remember those sounds? No, okay, I'm going to do it. I'll skip something else. So this was the TED conference turning 30, so I wanted to do something that was like, it was a TED 8 part 2. I was allowed to do something with only type as long as it was like, make it big at the end. So we did a. You saw those spinning types there, the great unveiling at the end. That's something that actually I invented for this movie, a title sequence that probably more people have taken credit for than is possible. That's it. The whole idea that type could be, this is probably in 95 or something, that type could be rotated and form other letters, something that we were playing with when I still was at RGA. Okay, I'm going to do one piece that is just flat type animation.
Tell me you believe in the sacred grounds that house the cathedrals of the game. That the history books were always intended to be rewritten. And that the wondrous truth of the next stroke is that it holds the promise of being your greatest ever. And I'll know. Tell me you believe the pursuit of the win is what separates competitors from participants. That you're going to need to see me make that one for the half. And that a final score is as much an accounting of character as it is of strokes, and I'll know. Tell me you believe in the marvelous potential of the human body, that the amount of heart in the athlete is more important than any amount of skill, and that gentlemen can still play savagely. Tell me about perseverance, about playing through pain, about failure, about glory. And about the unshakable will of the athlete, and I'll know. Tell me you believe in golf, and I'll know you believe in sport.
Skipping one. I should have planned this better, but I mean, you're always so such an optimist. So this has been our mantra for many years. It was something that I said in some interview, and I didn't understand what I had said, but someone found it and said, that's a pretty nice thing to say. So we said, well, let's make everything about that. So we're trying to find the purest way to deal with things. We're trying to, remove all fluff. And we did a series of animations of this for the AIGA conference that was, I don't know, half a year ago or something. So here's just type animating, and and some dots. And then why not melting in reverse. While we were at it, we were thinking, can we do exploding type? That was actually a practical shoot done in the Midwest, no less. And then maybe one of the best ones, the knitted type. All right, I'm gonna just show something that's a little bit different. That is with the discard everything that means nothing. About 2 years ago, I was contacted by Richard Curtis, who worked with the UN, and they were going to launch the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is what I was sent, and the idea was to make this popular to 7 billion people, which seemed like a challenge. And we were going to do some design for it, and the first thing I did was that I just said we're going to have to rewrite all of this copy. So this is a full presentation, but that's what it used to be, and this is what it is now. So this is how you take information and turn it into communication, and that's something that we're working really hard at right now. So, do I have signs saying I have to 1 minute? Amazing. Do you want to see something that's really new and this is new and crazy, and it started as a type animation, and then the type got a little bit too obvious at the end, so there's not much type animation, but it's very cool. This was the opening for AICP Next, an award show that was 2 weeks ago, I think. Oh, that's the logo type first that we also did. The 17 goals forming unity, the sun, the planet. Here we go.
Nas forças físicas, na geometria pura, na cor, que determina a forma como as coisas funcionam.
was at the new school's new auditorium with like 3 screens wide and surround sound and everything. And the pieces at the bottom, that was LED cubes. So there. Finish.
Great. The whatever you did, it woke up the Twitter world, and so we do have a couple of questions. This is a good one. How much does sound? This is Ling Sui. I think it's in San Francisco. How much does sound influence the work with type and motion?
Well, I used to be a DJ, and my life is music. I don't spend a minute without it. Like, I have my headphones on until the presentation, basically. So it's really important. It's, you know, a lot of the pieces that we're doing is very much of finding the right force, the right power, the right, you know, mood. So we have a lot of reference tracks, and then we work with excellent composers. But it's like often I pick out a track and I say I want it to feel like this, and then we work with that tempo and stuff, and then we have original music made after.
Sweet, nice. Okay, we'll squeeze one more in. There's now that you can fake almost anything. That was not perhaps the word I would have used. In digital, how much do you still do analog?
We shoot a lot. We have a little studio, and we do a lot of we're trying to get the organic quality. We've just worked a lot with Spotify. We have done maybe 20 spots for them that are online, and it's very graphic, but we shot everything, so it's just colors coded on real people. So we like to have sort of a touch of the organic, and then it can just be like the AICP opening with just the white psych, and we just shoot something that looks great and put some type on it.
So it's a blend.
It's a blend.
Yeah, great. All right, well, thank you very much, Jacob. That was
Thank
wonderful.
you.
And taking that note, to give me your card, and I'll make sure you're invited to Typographics. What is it, 2047 or whatever it is, in 20 years. Now we have a spotlight from Alessia Nicotra, who you'll remember from last year, who did a wonderful presentation with Bruno Mag. Alessia, I think yes, she runs now. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm a neuroscientist with a passion for typography, which is awesome. Did you know that some fonts can trigger photosensitivity, leading to epilepsy? So photosensitivity is an abnormal brain response to a light, like flickering of lights, flashes of lights, natural lights, like shimmering a light through trees, or blind. But also some fonts, like Bodoni fonts, can trigger photosensitivities because of the high contrast between the thick and thin strokes. So about 2 to 3% of people with photosensitive epilepsy can have their seizure triggered by reading a text or a book. So my dramatic typography message to you today is fonts do not make people die, but they could make people sick. So thank you.
Thank you, Alessia. Again, just a quick reminder, if you have questions for the speakers, please tweet them at Typographics QA hashtag. It's my pleasure to invite the next speaker. It's Douglas Riccardi.
Thank you, Sasha. So I'm here to confess that I have a very big problem with food. It's not like I eat too much, but I think about food an awful lot. Like you guys might be wondering where you're going to eat tonight. I'm already on Monday night. Like I'm 3 days ahead of you. This is an absolute normal phenomenon for someone like me who is a second generation Italian American. And like many people of my ilk, I grew up with two amazing women in my family, which were my grandmothers. And they both taught me amazing things about food and about life. The one on the left taught me this awesome truism that if someone offers you a meal and you say no, it's the biggest sin in the world. The other one on the right also taught me this very beautiful truth, which was that no matter what you cook for someone that you love, if you spend time making it and you serve it to them with love, it's a feast fit for a king. So when Sasha asked me to do this talk, I thought, you know what can I do that combines my love of design and typography with this innate obsession about food? And I had this wonderful idea to do a talk called The Culinary Abecedery, mostly because I loved the title more than anything in the world, and also because it seemed like a great vehicle to sort of combine these two things. And it was going to go something like this. Like I was going to look at fonts, like this insanely beautiful font, that evokes lots of things to lots of different people. It's definitely something from another time period. It's definitely ornate. It is rich. It's lush. But for me, it is this. It's a fantastic plate of tramezzini, which is a sandwich that you get out in the Veneto. And the reason that it conjures up tramezzini in my mind is because of Café Florian in Piazza San Marco, which is the oldest cafe in the world from 1720. And I was there some years ago with a friend of mine for a birthday weekend. And if you ever go there, you should definitely not sit in the piazza where the guys are playing violins or in the little rooms that are heavenly. Just go straight to the back and sit at the bar with Maurizio, who's the bartender there, and he potentially will make you a big plate of tramezzini as well. Or, you know, Pujol is definitely on everyone's list of the top 50 restaurants in the world, and its logo is this fantastic font Mendoza, which has some insanely beautiful characteristics. It's a humanist face. It has extremely gorgeous, very elegant proportions. It is just by the very nature of the way it was created, super elegant and lush. And yet for me, it's a plate of escamol, which is ant larvae, which we ate at Pujol when I was there with my friends. So it's funny that for me, that insanely sexy typeface is a dish of basically larval ants that were actually kind of good as long as you forgot that they were actually ants that you were eating. And for most of my life as a young designer, Gil Sans was one of my absolute favorite typefaces, not the least of which because of this insanely sexy G, I could look at the curves and just revel in the forms of this G for hours. And yet disaster happened when I was hired by Benetton in the early 90s to be their corporate art director, and I was unfortunately forced to use Gil Sans, so something that I loved to use every so often was the font that I had to use every day. And my first week there, I had a dinner with Oliviero Toscani, who was the creative director there, and Luciano Benetton at Toscani's house, and he made me a plate of octopus, which actually looked kind of like that Gil Sans G a little bit. But they weren't like this at all. These have the heads cleaned out. The ones he served me were like 4 inches big, and the heads were filled with octopus head stuff. So I had to eat it because it was the first dinner with Luciano Benetton and Oliviero Toscani, and I could hardly choke these things down. So unfortunately for me, Gil Sans is a gross octopus head in my mouth. But luckily, a few years later, I went to England, and they also use Gil Sans everywhere because it's so British. But luckily, they love to use the Gil Sans with drop shadow, especially on pub signage, and especially pub signage that is hand-painted on a beautiful pub. And so luckily, thanks to a drop shadow, I was able to get the gross octopus out of my mouth and a beautiful plate of fish and chips or some other sort of awesome pub food like a kidney pie or something. So I kind of love that idea, but I thought, you know what, I can't go for 25 minutes with these thoughts. If you want to hear more about like the Vitra weird, I thought it was a brownie, but it ended up being bread with schmaltz on top, we can go out to dinner and I'll talk to you about that. But I definitely knew that there was more to this concept of type and food, not just because I love both of those things, but there had to be something else, right? So I remembered my favorite author, Vladimir Nabokov, who I had known throughout my whole entire, adult life as a reader. And when I worked at M & Company, Tibor and Myra were major Nabokov fans, and I started to reread the books. And if you have any doubt that he is among the greatest authors that has ever lived, read Ada. Read Pale Fire, they'll blow your minds. But I remember that he had this weird gift or curse or whatever you want to call it, that he saw letters as colors. He saw a V, the V of his name, as this sort of dusty rose quartz color. Not to be confused with the pink flannel of an M, but for him a V was dusty rose. Or N was this kind of slightly sick, oatmeal-y kind of grayish oatmeal color. C was a very beautiful kind of clear light blue color, not to be confused with the azure kind of like mother of pearl of an S. Or F was this fantastic alder leaf color. So this condition is called synesthesia, which is this thing that happens in your brain where you take in sensory perceptions in one sensory mode and you sense it in another. So in his case, he saw letters and he saw colors. So when I was a kid, I had this thing where if I ever read about anything like ESP, I was convinced I had it. So I had to really like dig deep to try to see people's auras or to sort of imagine what was in the next room, and it never really worked out. So just like that, I went online and I tried to take this test to see that I had this because I wanted to have this gift so badly, right? So I was quickly disillusioned by the fact that I did not have this at all, especially the last question in the lower right. Do certain words trigger taste in your mouth? Does the name Derek taste like earwax? That's actually a true story. You can Google it. There's a documentary about a guy in England who actually was a pub owner, and every time he heard Derek, he tasted earwax, which is troubling because he even knew what earwax tasted like. But that he must have had that horrible taste in his mouth a lot because Derek is a relatively common name in England. So I knew I was just an ordinary guy that didn't have this kind of gift, but I knew one thing, that there's certain fonts that say pizza, like this, and there's certain fonts that will never say pizza, right? So no matter how much pepperoni or drop shadow or roundedness we do to this German black letter font, that's never going to say pizza. So I knew that there's this link between food and type, right? So I decided, let me make a little quiz, and I'm going to send it to a bunch of my friends. And the thing was, just tell me what's the first food that comes to your mind without thinking too much, and there's no wrong answers. And I probably screwed up because I used all caps, and potentially a lowercase a is a different thing than a capital A, but whatever. Next time I'll do it right. But I got a kind of awesome selection of answers from a bunch of different people. And some of them were spot on, and some of them were kind of all over the map. The Mendoza Bold A was very, very utilitarian. Eggs, Woolworths, whatever. Or a big plate of brown rice. Potentially white rice might have been the lighter weight of the Mendoza Roman, but the brown rice sort of adds a slightly, the darker weight. A chunky knockout B is definitely meat across the board, but not like fancy meat. Plain old meat that you might throw on a barbecue, right? That you grill and it doesn't need any special treatment, just kind of like knockout you can throw anywhere, and it's no offense to knockout people. But it always is awesome. Or Seminary, a lovely font from the middle to the late 1800s, was a lot of things to a lot of people, from Amaro to potentially lobster. But I typically like this person that was very specific that it was West Coast oysters, not East Coast oysters. And maybe that's because it's kind of, the font itself is a little crinkly, it's a little like crunchy, it's potentially, they say oysters are like kissing the ocean. So there's something about that C that really means oysters to that person. D, the Quimby D was, again, meat, but this time it was the fancy meat, right? The seared ribeye, the denigrade, the bold, rich steakhouse flavors, and potentially a higher price point. A fantastic script like this was definitely some cucumber sandwiches or some sort of like ladies who lunch type fare. You know, a Hornden beautiful F was, whoops, sorry, I clicked too soon, was definitely anything of Friet, like a big bowl of moules frites. G in the Avenir Light was definitely something clean, something healthy, like a wonderful plate of steamed vegetables or a 200 milligram tablet of aspirins, someone said. H was a little, the Egyptian bold was definitely something a little bit all over the map, but I do like the person that was very convinced that for them it was a gin and tonic. A Scotch Roman, somehow weirdly for a lot of people it was definitely Italian, which is strange, but something that is at the same time elegant and utilitarian, like a wonderful pasta carbonara. A wonderful sign painter font like this was something definitely Coney Island Boardwalk, like a wonderful plate of fried clams. You get the idea here, right? So people really like Beautiful Waters titling was another ladies who lunch kind of thing, like a Waldorf salad. And lastly, a Gothic 725L was a beautiful plate of beans. And Jonathan Heffler wins the award for the most specific answer. His answer was beans in a can, like the type that are eaten by grizzled drifters who wear union suits and eat them out of a can. So that he does get the most descriptive. That would make sense because it's Jonathan Heffler. So why does this matter at all? The question does, so even still it mystifies me. But I have a design firm called Memo, and we do a lot of food branding because I decided to work in the sector that absolutely pays the least. You thought publishing was bad, but actually food branding, I think it bottoms out in food branding. But nonetheless, it's more than just for us in our studio a beautiful logo type or a beautiful sign outside a restaurant. It is the combination of a whole bunch of things. And we always start with the idea of the mood of the restaurant, right? When you walk into that place, what are you experiencing? What are you expecting to experience? What flavors are already in your mouth? Have you been transported to another time or another place? Does that idea of mood translate somehow into the scene of the restaurant? We work very closely with interior designers and architects to make sure that what happens in the identity is translated into the space. There's the idea of how does that inform the voice of the restaurant? You know, what kind of language do we use to talk about ourselves or themselves? How does the service staff talk to the guests? And lastly, all of this contributes, hopefully, to the idea of a culture of the restaurant, which is why guests will not only become passive visitors in the restaurant, but hopefully very active, brand supporters, and they'll come there every day and tell all their friends. So while the typographic choices that I and other people that work in this sector make impact all of these touch points, I really believe that it's in the first section, the mood, where the effects of typographic and typographic choices and typography are most acutely felt. So the first way is in this idea of a sort of geographic location. Like so much of what is done in this field and what I have done in the past is really to place you in a time and a place. Like this fantastic logo by Luis Fili for Giuliana's Pizza. Besides being gorgeous, if you've been to Viareggio in the Italian Riviera, there's these fantastic wrought iron signs above all of the beach clubs. And to reference that for me is to put the guests in the spirit of that place. Casual, slightly exotic, insanely fresh food, potentially a pizza right out of the oven, a wonderful glass of rosato, perhaps a wonderful plate of cold pasta or a plate of panzanella and a Tuscan bread salad. But like you're in that place and you taste those foods like almost instantly. We did a restaurant for Mario Batali in the Venetian Hotel, the fakest place on earth. But this was really meant to actually conjure up the idea of being in Venice, perhaps in the Piazza San Marco. The wonderful Oriental influences of the architecture there, but also, weirdly enough, the food and the entire experience. Or I am a very big lover whenever I travel of a clam shack, Rhode Island, Maine, Cape Cod, and this is a restaurant, a store actually that we did for a sister restaurant in Los Angeles called Connie and Ted's. And I really like the idea that you can be in the middle of 6 lanes of traffic on Fairfax Avenue in LA, and somehow in your mind you just got out of the ocean after surfing all day and you're having a plate of clams, and like the transportative quality of marks like this just sort of never cease to amaze me. A lot of our clients talk about the idea of they want their customers to feel like they've gone to another time and a place or a real escape from their lives. And nothing is more beautiful than this example by Derek Holt. For, when I see that, I'm dressed better than I've ever dressed in my life, and Duke Ellington is playing in the background, and I'm drinking champagne or a martini, and I'm dancing with Fred and Ginger, and it's just a fabulous experience. And, similarly, Roberto De Vic did this fantastic identity, and when I see this sort of thing, I'm drinking pastis, I'm having oysters. So again, in a heartbeat, I'm there. We did this identity for Schnippers, which is, there's a bunch of them around the city. Again, the idea of conjuring up the mythic American road trip, traveling around the country, seeing the grizzled waitress at, on Route 66 and having burgers and the beer and the whole entire thing. But more and more, our clients are coming to us, and I think this is actually a sort of branding thing across the board, that customers really are almost more interested in not where the food is from and what it's made of, but how does it make me feel? And there's this whole idea of sort of the emotional connections that customers have with your brand. We did a logo for a chicken place, which was a organic, fresh, natural, handmade, clean, super, just everything about it was clean and simple. And our approach, as opposed to just making it really grungy, which is a typical move to sort of connote handmade, was just making it as clean and simple and as beautiful as possible. I've never quite understood this identity from a typographic standpoint, because it just seems odd. And yet, from another standpoint, from the emotional standpoint, it's insanely beautiful, because they sell these tiny little $1 cupcakes that are just in this very beautiful, super clean shop. And for that brief moment in time, you're not an adult, you're a kid again. And the idea of this super kind of very naive and very innocent hand-scrolled typeface really sort of, it's just wonderful how it breaks down the barriers of age and, where I am in my life. Sweet Green, another one, I've just never understood why two E's are back to back and the other two are the other way. But again, they don't sell salad, really. What they sell is clean. They're a clean lifestyle. Everything about them is clean and honest and pure. And what better way to say that, not dissimilar to everyone's answers on the Avenir Light quiz, through this simple font. Chipotle, through the years, as you know, has moved farther and farther away from their heritage as a Mexican brand. And their current iteration of the logo is actually that, as clean as humanly possible, because in their minds, they are the absolute antithesis of fast food. So what better way to say that you're not fast food, but sell the idea and the sort of emotional connection with cleanliness. The fact that a burrito there is like 1,000 calories and it has 75% of your RDA of sodium and 100% of your RDA of saturated fats is potentially absolutely lying on their part with the clean font, but nonetheless, they're trying. Lemonade, a brand that's not here but in LA, again, super clean and super simple, but yet insanely casual, insanely relaxed. What they are is a farm-to-table concept, but again, really infused with the idea of relaxation and comfort and a simple sort of return to another time. So the challenge is that so much of what we eat now is much simpler than it used to be. No one wants to go out and have a ribeye for lunch, as much as I'd love to. But everyone really is trying to sell this idea of clean. And the challenge for us is, how do you infuse clean with something else? Inde is a restaurant in the Nomad district that delivers good karma daily. It's a vaguely an Indian concept. And I love the fact that although this is ostensibly super clean and super wholesome and modern, and it has not sort of lost some degree of ethnicity and perhaps exoticness and just something that is not your normal lunch fare. Oxido on 23rd Street, again, did a really fantastic job of maintaining this idea of a Mexican heritage or a Tex-Mex heritage. Again, super clean, super modern, and yet really beautiful and really evocative with the colors, with the type. It just, really, this is something that I wish I had done. There's a lot of those things out there. Melt Shop, again, it's funny that 725 was something really simple. A lot of people actually said bread for that font. So Melt Shop, I love this identity only in that it's so insanely simple. How much better is the big black condensed sans serif to say bread. Like they basically sell bread with some stuff oozing out of it. So, you know, it's this idea of this wonderful font, which is as simple as humanly possible, and yet this drop shadow of the cheese sort of easing out, which just makes everything kind of right with the world. And lastly, we did a restaurant that was unfortunately short-lived, which is like a lot of our clients, because a lot of them are startups, and you never know what's going to last in this crazy world of New York City. But for a top chef who decided to open a fast casual restaurant that served pizza and beer. So it was all about contrast. It was about old and new. It was about top chef doing fast casual. It was about being able to order from an iPad. And for us, this idea of, so there's another font besides the pepperoni font earlier on, that really talks about, you know, the sensuality of that experience, the contrast of the high and the low. You know, for me, Poster Bedoni Italic has always had that, like, you want to wrap your hands around it. It makes you feel comfortable. It makes you feel fantastic. So, you know, I've been really, it's a blessing and a curse to go second to the last. But what I loved about this conference is how many times I've heard this idea of putting fonts together to tell a story, from Eduardo Danilo yesterday talking about how they approach putting fonts together for a magazine, or what Francesco showed us earlier, this idea of assembling a sort of a palette of fonts. And one day I was at Mario Batali's house, and he was doing a tasting with a chef of his of some new dishes, and he was very specific about that dish needs more lemon because it needs zest, or that needs more, you know, try some cumin in the dressing, or, you know, try some parsley on the thing, because for him the addition of each of those ingredients was able to add a sort of flavor to the dish that he was trying to create. And then I thought about being in a crit with Karen Goldberg or someone of that ilk at School of Visual Arts, and she talks very much the same language with her students. You know, that layout needs something bold here. It needs something light up here. It needs something old in this corner. You know, she's able to, again, you know, in cooking, they talk about mise en place, which is where you take all your ingredients and you prepare them on the counter so that when you're ready to use them, they're all ready to go. And I like that idea of thinking about font choices and a mood as drawing on all of these different ingredients and putting them together to create that exact thing that you're trying to connote. Julia Child has this fantastic quote, just like becoming an expert in wine, you learn by drinking. You learn about great food by finding the best there is, whether simple or luxurious. You savor it, analyze it, discuss it with your companions, and compare it with other experiences. And I think about what we do as designers or as typographers or as people that design fonts. It's really that. It really is approaching every day, trying new stuff, but the most important part is really figuring out what you've done and analyzing it, and then waking up the next day and doing it again until you get it right. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay, let's come center stage. Thank you. I had two short questions. One, you mention often the influence that your time at M & Company had on your career, but also you mentioned the time you spent with Ettore Sozzas. Could you talk about the influence of working for someone who's very well known for industrial design and architecture?
What's funny, actually, is that when I think about the influence of working at a place like M & Company, it was very much that there were no boundaries between what you could and you couldn't do. If you needed copy written, this sounds really overstepping for designers in the world of editorial, but nonetheless, if you needed copy, our first approach was to try to write it yourself. If you needed something illustrated, our first typically approach, and this really came from Tibor, was to try to do it yourself. So this idea of, that was way before the designer as author and the whole thing, right? So we were trained at M & Company, and it's actually very evident in everyone that I know that ever worked there. They're a kind of do-it-yourselfer kind of person, right? So when I worked at Sozzas in Milan, which was a multidisciplinary studio that had, first and foremost, Ettore was a product designer and an architect, interior architect. We had product designers on staff, we had industrial designers, we had architects, and we had a small graphic design group. And that whole scene, not only in our studio, but also in Milan at the time, was very cross-disciplinary. And the parallel there is that there were no boundaries, and even though our work is very specific, I still like to think of myself as someone that doesn't like draw lines, where I can work where I can't.
And it's kind of related, but maybe like sort of at the other end of the spectrum. You have quite a few clients, or a number of clients who you've been working for a while, like Mario Batali comes to mind. Are there, what's it like to sort of maintain a client relationship for a long time? Are there pitfalls? Are there upsides to that?
Well, I have a business consultant who basically says you should fire a client if they've had you for more than 3 years. So that's only one of the business advice that I don't follow. That's the tip of the iceberg. But nonetheless, what's awesome about it is that you have a history with them, and you understand what they're trying to get, and they trust you typically to do some stuff so that there's not a ramping up time for a new project. The downside, I have another client that falls into this category very firmly right now. They have a hard time adjusting to you having grown in your career and your capabilities. They always see you as that person that they first knew you as. And it's slightly frustrating. It would be easier it's like having a job. It's easier to get a new job. If you want to do something new, you should definitely get a new job instead of convincing your bosses that you can do something new, because they just always see you as the mail clerk.
Do you find that it's getting a little bit harder to have that kind of long-standing relationship?
It's only harder because my patience is really at its end. So I really have a hard time being gracious through the the vagaries of client weirdness.
Understood. Thank you so much, Douglas.
Thank you.
We're going to do one more spotlight. We're going to invite Mark Simonson to come up and say a couple words for a couple minutes. Thanks, Mark.
I live in a neighborhood in St. Paul, Minnesota, where there's this coffee place called Dunn Brothers. And I think about 10 years or so ago, they had a custom font made for them. And it was this kind of bold, sort of bouncy, kind of top-heavy, semi-serif thing. Anyway, the one in my neighborhood is actually housed inside another restaurant, a restaurant called Finnish Bistro. And probably about 8 years ago, something like that, I was walking down there, and they were making a new sign for the Finnish Bistro using the Dunn Brothers font. And they were putting it up, there was a sign guy putting it up letter by letter, and this is a top-heavy font, so he didn't notice that the I was upside down. I did, but I didn't say anything, and it's bugged me ever since, and I'm just letting out here now, so getting it off my... So if you ever see a type crime in progress, say something. Thanks.
So moving right along, we have a speaker roundup coming up right after this next speaker. And it's my pleasure to invite a good patron of this conference who actually bought the first ticket last year. Please welcome Nina Stosinger.
I'm impressed that you managed to pronounce my name very well without even asking. That's awesome. Doesn't happen often. Hi, I'm Nina. I'm a type designer, typographer, code person. I like to work at these intersections. And this is a font. It's a typeface. Oy, oy, oy. Sorry. I forget this is an audience that knows the difference. As a typeface, I just am finishing up. And it started out with a mistake. As you can see, this is clearly very wrong. And I'd like to talk a bit about why and what the background to that is. Is if we look at what our Latin letters usually look like, we can look at these pretty much across type history, at least certainly since the invention of movable type. There are a lot of parameters that can be varied. Stress axis varies, the contrast amount varies, of course, weight varies, serifs vary. But there's one thing which is really amazingly constant, and that is that we make the verticals thicker than the horizontals. This is true across styles, across eras, across the centuries, really. And the interesting thing is that as soon as you look at other writing systems, you realize that this doesn't have to be this way. This doesn't have anything to do with how our eyes work or how, it's basically a convention. And it's a convention that is not only very pervasive in type history, but that has actually gotten stronger. Because like the very, very early book types actually had very low contrast, and then we tend to think of the evolution from old styles through traditionals, transitionals, to modern faces in terms of the thin bits getting thinner and contrast getting higher because paper was getting better, etc., etc. But if you look at a direct juxtaposition of two admittedly extreme examples, we can also see the history of Latin type in a way over the first few centuries as a continual erosion of the horizontal and an increasing stress on the vertical. So this is a rule that is so pervasive and so serious and so just everywhere that I figured I had to put it in all caps and Latin and with a triple border. It's like verticals are thicker than horizontals, full stop, but of course the very typeface this is set in negates this. So we tend to think of our design space in terms of, well, some of us like to think of our design space in terms of, a few axes that we vary and along which we move, but there's certain parameters that we just don't question. And maybe this cube could have a backside that looks like this, and that we just don't visit. Of course, like every rule, this rule has been challenged and questioned and broken again and again. And to my knowledge, the first time this happened as like a kind of a conscious act was around the beginning of the 19th century. So of course this is like early industrialization. Letters are beginning to not just quietly communicate content, but this is, you have to imagine, like posters start being a thing, advertising starts being a thing, and people who make letters are suddenly trying to come up with all these ways to make type more eye-catching, more special, more distinct from everything else that's out there. So in a time when the emphasis on the vertical was kind of very, very dominant, people start chopping serifs off or making them really big or making them really thick, making letters with no contrast or indeed making letters with reverse contrast, as a certain Mr. Caslon did in 1821. So this is really reversed contrast in the literal sense. Everything that's supposed to be thick is made thin. Everything that's supposed to be thin is made thick, and of course it looks completely ridiculous. I'm always reminded of this guy. It's like it's a complete remapping of proportion, a remapping of the hierarchy of the shape. Things that we think of, like structures that we think of as weight-bearing and important to the essence of the letters, are suddenly spindly and thin, and the things that we think of as little appendages suddenly get huge. And it was not very popular. And I've seen a few usages of this face in the wild, but not very many. It kind of stayed a little bit in this novelty corner. I think of it personally as similar to a lot of the kind of postmodern experimentation. It's like somebody had to do this, somebody had to go all the way. Not because that was useful, but because it opened up a space. I want to just point out that reversed contrast is a terrible term, and I think we need a new one. Today, when we refer to typefaces with reverse contrast, very often we mean typefaces that have a different relationship between horizontals and verticals than we're used to. So they have thicker horizontals than verticals, which does not have to mean literally reversing the contrast as Caslon did in this earlier example. It can also just mean, refer to, for example, this line of which is a different heritage of letters with heavy horizontals, and we're all familiar with this stuff. There's a number of there are many instances of these things. They're usually referred to as French clarendons or French antiques, or many other names, but those are the most common ones. And these started to be quite popular in the second half of the 19th century, so slightly later, and were actually quite successful, especially here in the States, not so much in Europe, interestingly. And here, the mechanism of how this works is actually quite different, because nothing really gets reversed. This is at its core just some kind of relatively standard Clarendon-ish low contrast slab thing that gets its stuff added to the top and the bottom. And of course you can do this to ridiculous extents. And that's really all there is to it. Heavy horizontals are this kind of thing that it's a bit like the zombies of type design. They never really go away. They also never really become established, so they kind of come back into view in these kinds of waves. So we have this stuff which becomes very popular, and at some point, gets kind of typecast into specific usages and disappears from other stuff. There's another wave of things that, for these you have to search a little bit harder, but there's sometimes really amazingly pretty stuff that just happens to have heavier horizontals. These are all around like the beginning of the 20th century. There's of course a big wave of this stuff in like the 70s. This is from a photo lettering book. And in recent times, a lot of type designers have kind of played around with this way of making letters that are really interesting. Many of these are, I still love that G. Many of these are very kind of displayish and very loud and very kind of playful, the way they use this contrast. And there are not that many, especially not with serifs, that use this kind of emphasis on the horizontal in a more subtle way. And I was reading about Antique Olive, which of course is a bit of a grandmother of this genre in the very subtle corner. And it turns out that Excoffon had this entire theory behind why he was doing what he was doing, which is stressing the horizontal and especially stressing the top horizontal of the lowercase along the X line. The idea that stressing the horizontal could actually be a thing that is useful and that has some kind of functional reason just totally blew me away. I was like, wait a minute. It's like, back up a moment. And got me thinking about what do horizontals and verticals really mean, or what do they do? What do they contribute to the texture of text? And what does it mean to strengthen one or the other? So I took, and I have to apologize to Frank Rieshammer, who's unfortunately here and has to witness this. Because this is, the next bit is not me making type, but me taking type apart. So I was like, I need a text face that is like just a normal, solid, nice text face with serifs. I don't have time to draw one from scratch, so I was like, I need one that is like, nice and that I'm allowed to take apart, which this is. So I split this up. Can you guys? You guys can see these colors, right? I think this guy is about to give up on the color end, but as a type designer, I can relate to that. So I split this up into just the horizontal bits, and just the vertical bits. And as you can see, I just totally dodged the question of the diagonals and only looked at the angle of things. This is pretty rough. This is really just to get an idea of what happens. So if you look at the texture, isolating the verticals leads to a kind of texture that seems weird, but like vaguely familiar, maybe. Leaving out the verticals leads to a texture that is noticeably weirder, I think. And with looking at this, I'm a horrible musician. I played a piano when I was a kid, but I love music. I always listen to music when I work or when I do anything else, which isn't very often. But looking at this, I can't help but think of this as, in musical terms, where this would be kind of the rhythm section. You know, you have these kind of very rhythmical pattern of verticals that kind of structure the line, and this is kind of telling you what the words actually are. This is more like the melody and the things that tie it together. And depending on whether you're making a techno track or an a cappella song, you might want to dial one or the other up or down, right? Which is one of these moments where you wonder why nobody plays up the melody. So that's the one thing I wanted to point out. The other thing I wanted to point out is that horizontals are not very evenly distributed in the alphabet. So you have some annoying letters like A, G, E, S, and so forth that just have a lot of them, and so those just have a lot more going on in the horizontal department than things like an I or an L. And I have no idea if I have time for tangents, but I was wondering about this thing. When you have an M or an N, lowercase, you obviously also have, you know, variable number of verticals, but because our letters are written in a horizontal direction, unless you're making a monospace, you can just space that out. So there's no problem with making an M wider than an N and maintaining that rhythm, which obviously in an A or an E, you can't just selectively make it taller, you know, to fit all your stuff in. Which made me wonder is like what would have happened if our script was a vertical script that had equal widths instead of equal heights, and then we'd end up with lowercase a's that are really tall. Wow. There's so much amazing stuff out there. You just have to think about it. Like, so from this, I would kind of take away a number of things that, indeed, if you strengthen the horizontals, you get these kind of train tracks, right? You get these very, very strongly connected lines. You weaken the rhythm of the verticals, and you're going to have some issues making the texture more or less even, because, like I said, you know, some letters have more horizontals than others. So this is a project I started at Type and Media. I went back to school a few years ago, and I really literally started out with a mistake. We had to make like a calligraphic Dutch style text face, and actually starting with calligraphy, I'm a terrible calligrapher. My angle was too steep, and the horizontals kind of got a bit too thick, and I thought it looked really cool, and I was just curious if I could pull that off. So that became kind of this project, which was to make a serif text face with just subtly stressed horizontals that wouldn't look like something from a cowboy movie, wouldn't look like it just had black stuck on top on bottom of like normal letters, and most importantly would not just look weird and special and ooh, look at me, I'm doing things differently, but actually work in text as well. This is what I ended up with. So there's a lot of cheating going on everywhere in this. One of the cheats that I ended up with is to have serifs that are kind of very, very much wedge-shaped, because I wanted to avoid these kind of Bigfoot, you know, huge things on sticks. 10 minutes, seriously. I could have put a couple more things in then. Okay, I'm gonna slow down. So yeah, we have a wedge-shaped serifs that just put a lot of, kind of hide a lot of black in that big bracket. Or for example, in pointy things that just don't have horizontals, I just pull them apart a little bit to hide more black in there. And on the other side, I don't know, should I participate in a drink? I heard there's a drinking game that we all have to call out commercial type, but Christian Schwartz came to visit at a point where this thing looked like something from a children's book or something. And he basically, I think, gave me a good nudge to calm things down and to kind of reduce the contrast and really try to make it calmer and make it more boring, and that helped a lot. So things like the G, for example, where, you know, usually it's nice to have a bit of fun there, and I just tried to kind of make it very sober in terms of the structure, so that this whole thing with the contrast could do its thing without, you know, everything else already being overexcited. I'm not gonna like bore you with the entire process. Of course, type design always takes forever, and there's a lot of tweaking, and there's a lot of back and forths. But what I found very interesting, especially in this project, is that kind of reversing the rules of the design also reversed some of the decision making or some of the questions that that I had to address. The first one being, of course, that you know, the decision to not follow a conventional contrast pattern is one thing, but then you have to think about, well, how are you actually gonna do it then? Like, what exactly is the logic? And in my case, I didn't end up actually reversing anything, which is why I didn't think of this as reversed contrast as much as stressed horizontals. So, you know, the train track kind of gets a little bit more attention, a little bit more emphasis, and the rest gets dialed down. And yeah, like I said, the hierarchy of the decision making kind of shifts. Like in a normal text phase, if you like make your serifs longer, that's gonna have already a big impact on the texture because all of these things bubble up. If you have your weight on your serifs, then making the serifs longer also has a noticeable impact on weight, which is like just totally blew my mind. It's like I need to kind of rethink the entire kind of decision-making process. Or, for example, the vertical relationships between different weights, where I just realized that I needed to make the difference in the vertical proportions be more pronounced than I was originally comfortable with, but it's just if you have your weight in the horizontals and you increase the weight, then it has to go somewhere. And I was talking with Christian Sarkis of Typotech Arabic, and he said, if I remember this correctly, he said that in Arabic type design this is totally a thing, like because if you have thick horizontals, you make them bolder, they gotta go somewhere. So this is it here on the right. I've put Georgia on the left. This is relatively arbitrary. I just wanted to have some kind of well-known, normal, you know, unexcited text phase. What I find interesting in this comparison is that usually Georgia is something that looks relatively sturdy and, you know, stressable, and in this comparison it almost starts to look spindly. So I think that sturdy is probably a good word for this one. So you can see that there is very much this kind of cohesion in the line that I was going for, which again has repercussions for typography. Like when I was, is this next? Yes. Setting this little process documentary, I used it in text. It doesn't need as much leading because it kind of sticks together. And then also, I said the thing with the bolds, right? They grow this way. They don't grow so much this way. So this is kind of slightly different ways of how things relate. But I was pretty stoked that at the end of this process, I mean, I've been staring at this for 2.5 years, so maybe I just don't see it anymore, but I would just claim that it works in text. So, which is kind of, frankly, just kind of, I was almost hoping it wouldn't work, because after like a typographic history of not doing things this way, maybe it shouldn't actually work, but it kind of did. I have to apologize to Eric too, because Eric actually, I think, is not a big fan of reverse contrast, but this is, and he said this in a different context, but it's a bit of a mantra that I took away from Type and Media, is that if you have this kind of vague idea and you keep kind of turning it around in your head, then maybe you should just try it and see what happens, and then you can evaluate it. And maybe a large part of how our type has developed is just built on assumptions that certain things don't work. What, 3 or 5? Okay. Is just built on certain assumptions that certain things don't work. But in fact, maybe they do, and maybe we should try that more often. And the other thing is the thing about breaking rules, which kind of has this kind of sexy nimbus of being, oh, you know, I'm a rebel, I'm doing things differently, which frankly I'm not that interested in either, because like I said before, like breaking a rule, deciding that you're not going to follow it, is incredibly easy. Like that moment, it takes exactly 2 seconds. Like unless, of course, you have a client and so forth. That's a whole different story. But breaking the rule is the easy part. The hard part is actually coming up with new rules, because when you make a typeface, or probably really any design project of any kind of complexity, what you're really defining is the rules and the politics that makes this multitude of things go together, belong together, and play off each other. And that's the hard part, defining those. And of course, if you forego kind of pre-defined models, then you're only making this part harder. And the third bit that I'd like to end with is that if you do break a rule, personally, I'm not so excited about this kind of very ostentatious, very kind of, shatter the rules, and you don't have to go like full castle on Italian. Maybe stuff doesn't have to be flipped on its head to find something new, but the breaking of rules can actually be done in a very, very gentle and quiet and constructive way. And I think then there's so much out there that we probably can't even imagine yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Nina. And thank you for, as a big fan of Roger Escafone's work, thank you for kind of diving into the world of reverse contrast. So thank you. Come closer. I just have one question. I read something you wrote a couple of years ago in the journal, The Manual, and you talked about the relationship to your design process in terms of like kind of the metaphor to acting.
Yes.
Could you kind of expand on that? I found it really enlightening.
So I grew up in kind of a theater household. My dad is an actor and a stage actor. And on the one level, there's this metaphor which I just really like, is that you have words, but those words need to be, the way that those words are expressed or transported impacts how we receive them. And this is the same for whether an actor speaks it, how they speak it, who the actor is, and on the other side, how a typeface transports this. It's kind of the same thing for me. And I had this kind of aha moment because when I was growing up, like my dad would just endlessly kind of recite his text and study his lines. And then at some point, I was typesetting a book, and I was kind of doing the same thing, going through. He would like do it faster, do it slower, do it louder, do it quieter, and I would like try all these different fonts and make it bigger, make it smaller, and it just struck me that it's kind of the same thing.
Does it relate to so you do a lot of graphic design, you design books, but also a fair deal of type design. Does that metaphor sort of translate, or is it very different when you design type?
No, it does. I mean, it's like the effect where you make the aperture of the E larger, and then your whole text is like kind of,
reverse contrast.
It's kind of somebody who glides across the stage more than hopping. I don't know. Awesome. Maybe all the other guys are just tap dancers.
I like that better. All right, thank you. Stick around. So thank you, Nina.
Should I just stay here, or?
Yeah, we're gonna bring it in. So we're going to invite all of the speakers from today to come up on stage. We're going to set up the stage real quick. And if you have questions, please come up. We have 2 microphones at either side of the stage here. And ask the questions. And we're going to field of questions.
So the idea now is to ask for your questions and ask our great speakers if you have a question for each other or something you didn't get quite finished or whatever. Today, because it is the end of the conference, we're going to try. We're running 5 minutes late, but we're going to actually stop questions 6:05. So you can't pile up at the end. If you have a question, please ask now. But anybody have a question from our group? Why horizontals? How did that ever come to you, the idea of changing the... Did you explain that? I didn't really understand that. Say it again.
Like why? This is an excellent question. No, we did, like in my first semester in The Hague, I was supposed to do this very traditional Dutch style italic, and which was actually based in like broad nib calligraphy, and because I'm a terrible calligrapher, my angle was wrong, and the horizontal got too heavy, and I just wanted to figure out if that could actually be made to work, because the teacher who was teaching that class was like, that's wrong, don't do it. So that's when I thought, yeah.
So why are they called Italians?
Why are they called Italians?
Yeah, because Italians are sideways, or what is the reason?
I have no idea. The other guys are called either French or Belgian. It's like, I think it's just like foreign stuff.
Yeah, I was sure that in Italy they of course called them probably French, but something else.
Well, there was
it seemed like a subtle
all
dig
the
at
wood
name.
type styles had, Tuscan or whatever, Egyptian. All of it, they were weird and foreign. So Italian would be one of those. Sasha, you have a thought? Oh, we have a question. Yes. Say your name, please, first.
Hi, I'm Owen. A lot of you talked about research today, and I was wondering, how do you decide to end your research phase and move on to designing, and how frequently do you return to it while designing?
For me, research is usually a matter of an idea that sort of keeps bubbling up, and I just want to start digging as to why it resonates, and so I collect and gather and try to figure out patterns and see things. It's only like after a very long time that it starts feeling like formal research, just because I have to organize all the material I've gathered and figure out what to do with all the time that went into that.
Great. Wow. Another question. Yes. Please say your name first.
My name is Anna, and I had a quick question. I really was intrigued by this concept of reverse contrast. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about it as a possible feminist type of reinterpretation of type.
Can you say?
Yeah,
can you say
go
that
again? Sorry. I was thinking about looking at reverse contrast as a type of feminist interpretation of letter form. And I was wondering if you...
This is awesome. Tell me more.
I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that. Did you want to...
Because, like...
Because...
No, this is the first time I hear this, and I find it very intriguing.
Okay,
So I was like,
I was thinking just the way that you're sort of switching out sort of the verticals to the horizontals, body form. Typically, traditionally, women are sort of typically now more entering this whole typographic field. And so, what's our contribution? What's our perspective? How does our perspective change how we make design or we make type? And it, I don't know.
Interesting.
So, it's just something to think about. I don't know if you had intentionally thought about it, but
It's something you could
and
start.
also that I think the idea that then there was some sort of counter. I don't know. Sorry, I'm spacing out on words, but just like an ambivalence about the validity of reverse contrast, and so then you're sort of trying to justify it, and I thought it was actually really, really beautiful. The whatever the last thing was called. Anyway.
Thanks. I think there are two things in there. One thing is that reverse contrast can certainly be seen as kind of just a different perspective on type that stresses different things. That is a uniquely different perspective from what we see most of the time, and a different emphasis and a different viewpoint. And as such, I think that parallel makes a lot of sense. The other thing is that this whole area of comparing or equating certain formal shape qualities with gender is like an unbelievable can of worms that maybe if we go into it now, then we'll still be sitting here tomorrow. I mean, I'm happy to do that, but it's like things like fluidity being more feminine. I think that's just problematic. I mean, I see where it comes from, and I have expressed such things myself because personally, I think of typefaces as people. Like, there's just a lot of comparison that kind of happens automatically, and a lot of association that happens automatically.
We could get into real trouble. Is what
Say
you're
what?
saying. We could get into real trouble. Well, it's like saying girly type,
It's just
or
really
saying that a
right.
font's really gay, or something like that. You got to watch
Well,
out.
it's actually just really the idea that one form could be privileged over the other form. That was really the...
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, not
You know,
necessarily
I-
like
That way
sensual
that
or
totally
curvy
makes
or
sense.
something like that, but it's just like...
I've always thought that this is maybe because I came from an architectural family. I thought that it was about gravity, that the verticals were bigger because you had to hold things up, and that the horizontals needed to be light so they wouldn't collapse. It was a structural problem. And so it turns out in Western typography, it's mostly been that way. However, I think with your font, it turns things on its ear, and it makes it fun and surprising. And so in my design, in the typographical layout, I always put heavy stuff on top rather than at the bottom, so that it would have more tension and be a little more surprising. That's what I thought. We got another question.
Hey, I'm Ray. I had a question for Yujun. You said you're of Korean descent and you're working on a Chinese script. And as I've studied type design, and as someone who's also interested in non-Latin scripts, what is your background? How were you able to gain an expertise in not your native script?
I think just through research and kind of a weird obsession with typography. And it started years back. Actually, Tobias Fairjones was my teacher in grad school, and I made my first really bad typeface then. And then through the years, I worked at various studios, and I started doing more and more custom typography for various clients. And then when Casper and I became design partners, we did a little work for Lee Inc. and Vogue China, doing kind of, and they had requested more of a Bodoni style, quote unquote, or romantic Chinese typeface. And so we just tried a few of these characters, and then one day we just thought we should make the whole set. I don't know if Casper wants to say anything.
I suppose we were rather naive going into it. We thought we could do Chinese and Korean in 1 year, like no problem. That did not turn out very well.
Thanks.
More questions for ourselves. We're all exhausted. Oh, here we go. To our rescue. It's Reed.
Hi, I'm Reed. Question for Douglas and Gabrielle, and can't quite say everyone. Anyone else who's done a restaurant's identity as something I've always wanted to do. Is there typically one part that is more enjoyable? Is it the logo or the menu? You know, dealing with the materials of the signage, or is it every project is just wholly different when it comes to restaurant branding?
I think that it's sort of like dating a little bit. Like the first phases are always the most exciting because you're getting to know the new client and you're digging and you're discovering and you're kind of, that's the most surprising of the phases, because one thing certainly about my work, we don't have a particular style, so I kind of never really know what's going to come out of our collaboration with the chef or with the investors or whatever. So that's actually very exciting. But then I think that there is a gratification of seeing how our work can potentially inform what's happening in the architectural space, and seeing sort of how it informs the streetscape. How does it become signage? And so it maybe is less exciting when you get in the nitty-gritty, but it's actually sort of super gratifying, because not like, very much like everyone here, it's a lot of people involved. There's a chef, there's a manager, there's all these people, and it really does come together in the end, and that's really where it becomes gratifying. You? Anything?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see you at all. But I think for me, the most exciting part is actually seeing someone eating in the place for the first time. It's incredible. And I think, for me, coming from book jackets and moving into this whole area of restaurants, it's really exciting to work with dimension and, to put a sign on a roof, or, basically working with the space, picking colors for the chairs, the walls. You're moving into this whole kind of interior architecture area that you're not supposed to be in. And that's been really interesting for me, watching it become three-dimensional. So.
Thanks.
Yes, over here.
Hi, my name is Natalie. It's really nice to see some of you again that I used to study with. I wanted to say that it seems like so much of your great work, I'm going to take this out. So much of your great work, I can't see everybody, it's sort of like weird. Peekaboo.
And now this little song.
So much of your great work seems to come from a lack of constraint, or it seems to arise, it's so creative. Stephen, I don't even know where you get all your ideas. It's amazing, I love it, I see it all the time, and I'm like, if only I could come up with that. But how do you maintain the fearlessness? How do you get to that place? How do you defy what some of the market's constraints, some of the client's imagined constraints? How do you keep yourself from engaging those constraints and stopping you from creating the amazing work that you do? Does that make sense? Was that a clear question? Okay. What was that?
It's the medication.
And which one is that? Because I'm not on that one.
Keep trying.
Anybody else?
I don't know how to answer that question because I guess you have to kind of keep a blind eye to a little bit of the restraints that you're going into, or at least ignore the client's expectations, because very often they have a clear idea of what they need, and if you listen very carefully to the way they articulate it, it can lead you to a very different place, because very often they need something completely different. But then you're on the upper edge of being able to convince them and show them and make them the author of the change of their idea. Do you know what I mean? Kind of use their words against them and make it seem like they have suggested to you that you need to do this completely outlandish thing, and then you thank them for for their idea.
Good
Yes.
idea.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Anybody else want to try that? Yeah.
Well, I think there's two things, and one is that all restrictions, in a sense, are just driving you forward. So, when you have the best idea ever for your client, and they don't get it, and they kill it for some reason, then it's getting interesting, because then you have more challenges to solve. And I don't think that maybe 1 out of 10 has the results been worse. I find that we always like to find that middle road. But also, I was going to say the other thing is that obviously it doesn't hurt if you're somewhat famous for what you're doing, because then they're going to be like, well, I don't know, that looks weird, but I guess they know what they're doing.
Excellent. Thank you.
So I have had a friend who unfortunately passed away a few years ago, sorry, but was an architect, and he was describing to me a project that he was working on, and in his mind it was the perfect job, because this woman wanted him to design her apartment, and she said, do whatever you want, I don't care. And for him that was the perfect job. And I thought to myself, for me that would suck, because I don't even know what I want to do, and I don't know her, and it's sort of like, if I was going to do that, I would design my own apartment. But to work with her, I kind of need that feedback. So I think it's true that a client that says yes all the time is a shitty client. They're a great client, but they don't force you to overcome and make stuff that is surprising. That I think really and truly is something that they never believed that could happen, and that you never believed could happen. But really it is because of the adversity that you make something awesome.
An experience that I encountered a lot doing commission work, particularly with typefaces, is type designers use a lot of very specific vocabulary, and the language of typography and design in general can often be fuzzy. And sometimes taking in a brief starts a conversation where you're navigating someone's different use of the words than you might, and you have to try to channel it into terms that everyone involved can understand. And
that's where Stephen's approach is probably pretty good.
Well, yeah, exactly, because it often comes in of someone trying to speak the descriptive language of typography, which is not how they ordinarily speak of their own work, but they're starting to use words that they're grasping for, and it always becomes a more productive conversation to try to drill past what they ask for and actually try to figure out more about what they do. And I try to always get clients to teach me about what they do so that I can kind of analyze the context a little bit better rather than just sort of taking notes about what my context is.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Lucas. This question is directed mostly at Victoria and Nina. Trial and error seem to play a large role in each of your projects. How have you gotten good at failing gracefully and iterating quickly?
Wait, could you just repeat the second part of that?
How did you learn to iterate quickly, and what kind of advice do you have for someone going through that trial and error process?
I mean, what do you mean by quickly?
So, for example, with your O's, I think you showed 4 different O's that you tried. So, I mean, how did you kind of get from one and say, okay, this isn't working, let me start pretty much from scratch on this O?
I mean, I always get so impressed, like with when people show their work. Like yesterday, Tracy Ma was showing all the different covers that she was doing in 1 week, and I am so impressed by that because it's like, well, I did 10 O's, but I did them in 2 years. So, no, it's not quickly. I guess one of the main things would be to just find people that you trust, like if there are mentors or people who you know give good feedback, friends or mentors or just books, not just looking at any source material, looking at those specific things, or asking those specific people. I don't like to just put my work out into the world and like get anyone's opinion. That's just me. That's one thing that helps me.
I would add to that, and absolutely not quickly. Like that animation I had in there, I think that was a span of like 2 years or something. So it doesn't move quite that fast. But one thing that I've found very interesting about kind of the learning curve in type design is that the making and the iterating itself is not really the hard part. The hard part is like learning to see what you see and learning to test things. Like how do you actually look at this stuff? And really trying to get to this point where you can evaluate the results of what you do. That's really the hard bit. And then as soon as you see something, of course the frustrating thing is that you learn to see not what's wrong, you learn to see that something is wrong before you can identify what it is and how to fix it, which is kind of this annoying gap. But as long as you're dissatisfied, I think you're moving forward.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Taylor. My question's directed to Gabrielle. I'm actually interested in the relationship between the designer and the author and what role the author plays in the design process.
That's a really good question. Yeah, it's very different for different books, but I would say overall, if the author is a big author and a well-known author, they might be standing over your back in-house looking at the jacket. It's like John Updike used to come in and stand behind Chip Kidd and look at his computer the whole time, and have a lot to do with the process. But on the other hand, there are so many tiers that the jacket has to go through, or the cover, before it's approved. So first the art director, then the marketing department, then the editor, then the publisher. If all of those people in-house approve it, and the whole peanut gallery at the meetings, then it goes out of house and it goes to the author and maybe the author's agent, or the agent and then the author. So it's strangely odd that you would think that the designer would have a lot of contact with the author, but in a way everyone's kind of able to do their part, quietly in the publishing house, or sort of trusted to do their role as a professional. Since I've had my own company for the last 10 years, I get a lot of emails from authors who don't have a publisher and they're self-publishing. And I do tend to stay away from that, mostly because having the publisher back you up and all of those departments is really, really helpful, and you can kind of remove yourself from the author, which I actually think can be helpful. Because when I've worked with authors without publishers, they're like, oh wait, let me show my niece, my nephew, we're gonna put it on the mantle, the whole neighborhood's coming over, then the cat's gonna see it, and you're like, okay, well let me know once you've showed the whole neighborhood what you've decided you wanted. So it can get a little hairy. So it's very different. With some authors, I've had a relationship with them for a while and I've worked on all of their covers, and then I actually might email with them or talk to them on the phone, but that's more rare. So.
But some are nice.
Yes, oh, absolutely, absolutely. And often I'll meet an author later and they'll say, oh, it's such a shame, I wanted to speak to the designer and I had no idea who it was. And I said, check your flaps. So.
Thank you very much.
Some writers really know about the presentation side and really care about it and trust you, and some don't. I always remember at Rolling Stone years ago, we had a big Tom Wolfe story about space that we're running. It was part of the right stuff, and the drop initials from his chapter breaks spelled out an unfortunate message. Sometimes, and there were too many I's as well. And sometimes we actually wrote messages in. I remember one that the drop initials through the article spelled out "fuck yawn," and we barely found that in time. But in this case, I said, well, I'm going to call up Tom Wolfe and see if he'll change those leads. and they, I think it was Sarah Lazen, the copy editor, said, "You're out of your mind." And I called him and he said, "Sure, what do you need?" All right, over here.
Sorry, I'm too short. My name is Ivy, and Dan talks about like we should be aware of default setting. So I'm thinking about not in a sense of like software default. Like, do you guys have a default style or like favorite solution that you always go to, or you always tend to break the rules and find like new solutions?
In my case, I don't have sort of a default style because I'm usually trying to make sense of what the material is. When I did more graphic design, there were some sort of solutions I could go to pretty rapidly. I remember a friend who I worked with talking about like, it was pretty easy to throw together a financial report because there were just things you knew how to do to set up spacing. But those were kind of more like things that I figured out through trial and error. So there was just like a problem had been investigated. My whole thing about defaults is basically take that time to actually work out what it is you want to do and don't assume that's already been sorted out for you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking with the previous question about, I feel like the challenge is that so rarely do the client actually know what they need. They know what they want probably, but so the first thing is always to try to simplify it and really figure out what the message is, and then you build up from that, and that process can take a lot of time because a lot of time they have no idea, so you have to talk to them for weeks or months, and because the strategy document that they might give you is also a piece of crap most of the time because it's written completely for political reasons. So you're dealing with that, and then not until you can go and really find the core in something, then you have something to build from. And I think that that's also sort of answers the second question because every situation is going to be so unique, so to referring to a particular style, it just, all designers have things that they like and they're known for, and you can sort of know who's did it, but it's got to be different.
Hi, my name is Lenine. For anyone who's multilingual or had to work on projects non-English, what are some design challenges or differences compared to working in English?
I got put on the spot.
Sure.
Well, I don't know. Was it about? Is it about more non-Latin languages or also languages using the
anything?
Latin
Maybe just having to deal with accents, information hierarchy, maybe a style that's already associated. Some people say like country X, this style tends to look like this, and you maybe have to change or anything like that.
Well, there are different conventions or also preferences from country to country, but there are also different languages look very different in the same typeface because of the length of the word, the frequency of certain letters, and then also if they use more round forms or more consonants with straight forms. So you always have to test whatever you're doing with the real text and not look at the typefaces in Latin in a specimen or something, because that can look very different. And for instance, if you have a language with a lot of accents, then the X side of the typeface shouldn't be so high because you don't have space enough to have really distinct accents. But that is more what's counting for languages that use the Latin script. I mean, other have different needs.
I think you have to ask the client how far they're willing to push the design. For instance, when we worked on Vogue China, we were very surprised at how risk-taking they were. It really depends on what type of perspective that they're bringing to the table, because you could have radically conservative tastes even though you think that you're being conservative, but you're actually not being conservative enough. And so it's rather surprising where those boundaries are drawn between each client.
And the one thing I always try to keep in mind is the process of, I'm a teacher, so I guess this is just the perspective I'm coming from, but the process of making will always kind of be the process of learning. And so even, we've been working on Ming for 4 years now, and it's just like you kind of go in with a certain humility, like partnering with Casper, and we have 2 amazing designers, Abby Chen and Dustin Tong, that we work with, and who are native speakers. And I think, gosh, just the whole, we started with the forms, but the deeper you go and you really get into the system of a typeface, I think just making helps you learn. It's like a chicken and an egg scenario, and you find yourself over time getting better. Yeah, and I think going back to a previous question is like, how do you have the courage to kind of do that? And I think it's just enjoy the process of making it. So I think we call it work of frolicking, like just making and making and just enjoying it.
Honored to be the last question. My name is Austin. Just wanted to ask a little bit about the idea of specialization. You know, a lot of people here this weekend, you know, whether it's type design or whether it's, you know, publications, books, whatever it may be, at some point it seems like almost everyone kind of decided or realized, here's a little corner of the design world where I feel like I belong. And I guess anyone who's interested in answering, at what point did you come to that realization? How did that feel? I'm kind of struggling with that myself. Like, do I want to put myself in a little corner where I feel I belong? So anyone who has anything to say about that.
I think for me, one interesting or one important realization has been that these corners or niches or areas that you work in do not come necessarily with a predefined size. And for me, it has kind of been a gradual zooming in. Like I came from web design. I taught myself making websites. I didn't really think I would be a designer. And then I did end up going to art school, studied what they then called multimedia design. And then I discovered like letters, and it was awesome. I mean, I did learn to read earlier, but and then I started doing more graphic design. I moved away from the web, and then I started doing more books and typography, and then I discovered type design, and now I'm mostly doing type design, and then I discovered code from there. And it's like you can zoom and you can move. And for me personally, that has been quite important, and just keep looking for what that thing is that feels like it wants to be yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't leave. Stand up and say goodbye. Right? Yeah, stand up. All right, this is it. It's been great. I was very gratified in that last round, the kind of design as problem solving as opposed to design as art. Although many of us, you know, and I'm as guilty as anyone, find ourselves like old work looks still good because it's what we do, and that is sort of art. But I think that the solution side of type and typography is very well represented. Thank you very much. And thank Tobias and all the other speakers. Paul, I just saw, if you want to come up, you're welcome. We're going to wave goodbye and roll the credits, right?
Yeah. So we're going to...
And Waldo, Kara, if you're here.
Yeah. Let's,
Dan, Nick.
anyone who's here that's been helping out, please.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. And Sasha. Here's Kara.
They're all in there.
Nick.
This is...
Where's Nick? Come on, Nick. Waldo. Yes, yeah. Nick. It's a great group. You get in front. Come on. Who are we missing?
Mark, the graphic designer.
Is Mark here?
Where's Mark Rossi, who also deserves a big hand for doing their graphic design?
Made this way more
you,
colorful
Mark.
than it would have been. Go through, go hit it. Nice work. Run your credits.
Let's do it. We're doing it.
All right.
Yeah, this is always a little bittersweet to end. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did putting it together. So it's always kind of sad to let it go, but we'll do this again, and we'll have you over. So again, thank you to everyone who did the design, everyone who put the program together. Thank you to everyone who allowed us to use their music. The crew that worked tirelessly to put this together. Thank you. Thank you to the AV staff, all the ushers, everyone who made this work, made this possible. The enormous amount of volunteers, and if we missed anyone, we still thank you, even if we didn't get on a list, but so many people pitched in, so it's fantastic. And of course, we have to give love to our sponsors who made this all possible. So Google, Adobe Typekit, Adweek, Type Network, House, Monotype, A2A Studios, yay, House. Klim, the LED level sponsors, and of course the Pixel level sponsors, lots and lots of them. And the representatives of the sponsors who were here. There's lots of folks who made this possible who were here, witnessed all of this, so we wanted to thank them all personally. So lots of names there. They've been very kind to us. They've been all around, so thank you. And of course, Peter Van Blockland, who was on the first slide, for organizing and running the fantastic Type Lab. So thanks to Peter. And we, of course, have to thank Cooper Union for making this possible. Without their trust in this, their building, the Great Hall. So thanks to Bill May, the acting president of Cooper Union, David Greenstein, the director of continuing education and public programming, Saskia Boss, the current dean of the School of Art, and Mike Elsel, the incoming temporary dean of the School of Art, and Beverly Joel, who pitched in on a lot of work. And thank you. We will see you next year.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And remember, typographics.org, there's the new magazine. All right, see you next year.
Thank you.